Welcome. Never fear.
Hello, Darkside. How's it going, Darkside? Hope you're doing good, Darkside.
Yep.
Why don't you join the dark side, Darkside?
The life of a manager. It's a short slide from manager to, well, not manager. Boing. Cleanliness is next to managerliness.
Streamer says bad joke, ruins everyone's day.
This is a job for a manager. A manager is.
I remember being in DT class and somebody was talking about like what color to make their thing. And then the teacher was like, purple. And I was like, huh? What? You told me, bro? But yeah, anyway, I'm glad you're doing alright. My day has been pretty average. I mean, you know, woke up, brushed my teeth, put my clothes on, you know. I showered early so that I wouldn't have to shower tonight because I wanted to just grind a ton of shiny hunting. However, I do need to do something after stream, annoyingly. I didn't realize I needed to do it until earlier, but it's not a big deal, really. I should be able to start shiny hunting again tonight from, like, latest, like, 12. So I'll still be able to shiny hunt for, like, 3.5 hours or something if I wanna. Hello, Lena and Pepper. Thank you for the good and bad luck. Appreciated. So, I did say that I'd stop shiny hunting after I got a shiny, but I said shiny Groudon or Kyogre, and I got a shiny Paris, and relative to, like, how often I was getting the other Pokemon, the chances of the shiny being not Kyogre or Groudon was, like, 35%, probably. So, I'm kind of annoyed, but I don't know. I mean, the last one was above odds, so this one should be about at odds or below odds, right? If the other one was 70%, then this one might be like 45% or something. That'd be pretty good. In which case, I wouldn't have to hunt for as long. I can't imagine it'd be 70 plus again, right? So, and if I get another Paris, I can at least evolve it into Parasect. Is that? And I still do have, like, over a week until I go to the dentist. That's my deadline. As long as I keep grinding it every night, it's, like, almost, not statistically inevitable, but, like, you need extremely bad luck at that point for it to not see one by then. Thank you for the good luck, Lena. I'm not hunting Fennekin. It takes fucking forever to... That's what, like, just Gen 6 to 9... Well, maybe not 9, but, like, Gen 6 in general is really slow. So, other than holding counters, honestly, it is kind of just faster to hunt something in Gen 5 or prior, because everything is just faster. Well, not Gen 4, maybe, but... Yeah, Gens 2 to 3, and then 5. I feel like even though the odds are more against you, I feel like it's just, you know... Yeah, it greatly varies on the game, but if you're gonna hunt for starters, the best one to do it on is Heart Gold and Soul Silver, because you can see whether or not they're shiny before you select them. So you have, like, effectively 3 encounters per reset for getting shinies. That can lead to extremely statistically unlikely events, however. For example, you could get a shiny Totodile and a shiny Cyndaquil on the same reset, which that isn't really ever going to happen to us. That only happens to NPCs. But I'm just saying, in that case, you'd only be able to take one. But, yeah.
Welcome.
Double shinies have, like, nearly never been seen, because I think the chances is, like, 1 in 10 mil or something, so you're not really ever gonna see it.
The manager is here. Yep. Excitement.
Yeah, 4 minutes per reset, so effectively, it'll take... If me and Lena have the same luck, it'll take Lena way longer to get this shiny compared to my shiny. Because even though Lena is doing it in a 1 in 4,000 game and I'm doing it in a 1 in 8,000 game, I'm doing about 6 encounters per reset, and the resets don't take long. It's like 30 seconds per reset.
A manager is always prepared.
It would be for pre-Gen 6 shinies, yeah. I'm hunting in Gen 3.
Welcome.
Sun and Moon are really long too. I think that might be longer than X and Y to see if you got shiny. I can't remember. I haven't played Sun and Moon in forever, but I know there's like a lot of cutscenes and shit around that point. I think it even takes a while to set up getting the starter. Because it's not determined if the Pokemon is shiny until, like, it appears.
Well, not manager.
Like, until the encounter starts, I guess. If you're doing a stat, like... If you're doing wild encounters or static legendary encounters, then I think it's determined, like, which is kind of when you press A on them. For like, the starters in Heart Gold, Soul Silver, I think it's just when you click on the machine that presents you the Pokemon. You can also potentially use RNG manip to get shinies, however, I think that only works in Gen 3. And I don't do that.
I'd like to wake up now.
Oh, you can? That's fucked. But yeah, no, there's no way, unless you're going out of your way for it, unless you're going out of your way to change the odds, it is just going to be static 1 in 8192 or 4096 every single time. No, the way that it works, in Emerald is that your RNG seed is determined, like, when you start a new game, and then you have to do a bunch of other things to try and calculate, like, what RNG seed that you have. And then you can use, like, some software or whatever to try and calculate shit. But I think you need to get, like, a double 1 frame at that point. I think you need to press, like, A on the file at the right time or something. And then, for the static encounter, you have to, like, wait until the time goes down to 0 and then press A again. And depending on the seed that you have, it could be very quick or it could be, like, 10 minutes per encounter or something to even get an attempt. Hello? Volcon, I don't speak Italian. The RNG is, like, randomized. I don't really know how to explain it, but no, like, it is just completely random unless you go out of your way to do something to manipulate it. Pretty much. Like, in Gen 3, you can only manip the RNG if you have a dead battery. Well, actually, no, you can in Fire and Leaf Green, but I don't remember how they do in Fire and Leaf Green. You can only do it reliably with a dead battery. Because then you get a static RNG suit. That's good. How'd you get the files back?
Welcome.
How'd you do that?
Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here. Yep. Excitement, adventure, just another day. Welcome. Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here.
I don't really know. I don't know the specifics, Dockside. I just know that that isn't the case, and I don't know why it's not the case. It just isn't.
Upsy daisy. It's a short slide from manager to, well, not manager.
But I don't know why. It just
This is a
isn't
job
the
for
case.
a manager. Manager coming through. Cleanliness is next to managerliness.
I don't know. I just know that it's 1 in 8192, and that's the end of it, you know? That's all I know. That's good, Wilcon. Because you seem kind of discouraged, before. So if you just have the files, then... Well, I mean, obviously that's a huge sigh of relief, but then, I would, you know, that would also just motivate you to continue modding in the near future. RNG is static with a dead battery, and that's how you're able to, like, time it. But otherwise, I think it's just, if the battery isn't dead, then I would imagine that it's something along the lines of it generating a bajillion different fucking seeds and just just doing one after the other, so that it's effective 8192. Nice. How close is it to completion, Wilcon?
Jumping, jumper, jumper,
Oh, yeah. Emerald's RNG is fucked from the very beginning. I forgot about that. You still can do hunting in Emerald, but it's different and worse. I was watching somebody do a Professor Oak challenge, and they got 2 identical shiny Whisma, like literally identical, and that was just from training in a cave. Like, all of the stats are identical, absolutely everything was identical, same gender, same level, everything. Yeah, you can do that, but it is still, like, worse because it's just slower. Hunting in Ruby and Sapphire is definitely better. Hello, Woody. I'm doing alright, thanks, just an average day. What about you? That's fair, Wilcon. I feel like I've been seeing mods recently just like get bigger than they originally planned, like iPie's hack. Cool. Then hunting for Pipple's bitches. Fuck off, bro. Do I look like I have time for bitches? I'm spending all my fucking time running movie and shiny hunting. Do I look like I have time to get bitches, bro? I don't have the time. If I had the time, I'd be dangerous. Not dangerous as in dangerous to the women. I mean dangerous as in I'd be threatening. I'd be, really giving you a run for your money. With shiny hunting, I can't even, like, type to anybody. I try to maximize my attempts, so I hardly ever, like, text anybody while I'm shiny hunting. And also, how am I supposed to get 59 in movie in, like, 2026 and get bitches? I don't understand.
Bridge is going up. There's the edge of town.
Any other content? I was going to make an extremely long video about BFB, like an extremely long video. By the time I was done talking about the first part of the hub world and Jellyfish Fields, the word count was at about 10,000. However, I bailed on it because it was a very long project and I felt like the game, you know, the game is good, but I don't really think it deserves, like, a 6-hour-long video talking about why it's fucking better than Christ.
Boing.
Especially when half the time I was talking about, like, negative things about the game anyway. I would also want to make a video on Rehydrated, but I feel like I can't without doing a video about the original. But then I feel like I can't justify doing a video about the original unless the video is really fucking long, because that's how you guarantee that it does well in the algorithm, is by making it extremely long. But then, like, that's really restrictive. And then I'd also want to make a movie video, but then I feel like I can't without talking about Battle, because the comparisons are inevitable. And again, the whole thing about needing to make the Battle video, like, extremely long, so that it does well, so I can justify it, making it. It's a fucking mess. The crab spatulas make the game way worse. Yeah, I've been using an air fryer for months. It's way better than an oven. It's way more compact, it's less effort, and you can still fit a lot in there, and it cooks things faster, which makes it more energy efficient. So unless you're, like, really fucking fat, it's better in, like, every way. Anyway, hello, Lucy. I would also make a video about Cosmic Shake if I made a video about BFB and movie and all that, yeah. Unless you're asking for the worst thing about Cosmic Shake, in which case... maybe, maybe even, like, the lack of levels, or maybe the price of the costumes. Or, like, the lack of incentive for 100%. Those are not, like, huge issues, but they are issues I have with the game. Okay, Lena, thank you for the good luck. I will be in Neptune when you come back. Air fryers are just, like, insane. Again, like, just small, compact, like, energy efficient, like, unless you're cooking something really big, like, what is the downside of it? You don't get anything for 100%ing it? I don't know. I had an air fryer and I wasn't really using it for anything, but now I see the light. I guess the one bad thing about it is that, like, it makes you less likely to cook some, you know... Because, like, with cooking, you might put more effort into, like, you know, making something. So maybe you could argue that air fryers make you lazy, but, like, who isn't lazy? Yeah. I like movies 100% cutscene.
Super spin.
I found one last.
I really like BFB's 100% bonus. However, the theater definitely should have been part of that. It should have unlocked the theater. The theater is way too expensive as is. I think it's... I think the theater is almost as expensive as all of the craft spatulas and all of, like... Like, those are already really expensive, and at least they actually give you, you know, 8 spatulas. Like, this doesn't give you anything other than some cool pictures and stuff. And it's clear that it's bonus content, but it should have been part of the 100% completion. Maybe you should have had the... You could have had the option to pay for it, but then if you 100% the game, then the guy at the booth is like, oh, well, you saved Bikini Bottom, so I guess I'll let you in for free. That would have been cool. It would have been like an actual, like, big incentive, and you wouldn't have to 100% the game to see it. That would have been having your cake and eating it too. That would have been good. So unfortunate that they didn't do that.
Don't laugh at me. Mind your stuff.
Melting. I'm not melting just yet, but my windows are closed. We'll see how long it takes until I melt.
Cold, cold, cold.
100%. When I 100% the game casually, I always feel the need to get theater. I feel like it's just part of the experience.
Look out below.
Which I will mention once again that I plan to play Rehydrated this week. Well, next week. Wait, what day is it today? I don't know. Isn't it Monday? Yeah, it's Monday. Yeah, this week. I just haven't decided if I'm doing it on Friday or Saturday, because Friday is the anniversary of the game, but Saturday more people will be more likely to watch. I think I'll do Saturday, honestly.
Ouch.
That's how I felt, Darkside. It said, oh, 2 degrees colder than yesterday, and it's like, dude, no, I swear it's hotter. And then the day before, it also said 2 degrees warmer than the day prior to that, and I'm just like, dude, there's no way. I don't know if I'm just, like, forgetting, or what. Brainrot kicked in for a moment. Movie gives you Brainrot confirmed. I might do a poll on what people, if people prefer Friday or Saturday. I really don't know. But yeah, that game, what I will be doing, I will primarily be looking at the game as a remake, but I will also try and factor it as its own unique experience partially too. Because there will be people who will only play the remake and not the original. And, you know, how does it stand on its own 2 feet if you pretend the original doesn't exist? And then how does it fare as a remake? I will, of course, be grinding a lot for craft spatulas and the theater. But I think that's expected. Yeah. If you wanna, you could just label it as like a demo or something. And then you could just, you know, have people test it. Also, severe weather alerts. That is an L. It's harder for you than it is for me, it appears. At least based off of those like, I think here it's like 24 or something. The attic is not helping at all, but I'm managing right now. I'm doing alright, you know? That was a little scuffed, but I can't complain if I get the 1 frames. That shit saves a lot. So yeah, this run is good so far. Maybe one thing I should start considering is, I actually could do Rub-a-Dub 2 a little bit sooner. I could move it to... Because I warped to Spongeball, but I actually could just warp straight to Rub-a-Dub instead of Spongeball. So I could get there, like, 50 seconds faster. However, Spongeball is hard anyway, so, you know, a bit debatable on if I should actually do that. Hello, Bubby. How you doing today? If I could get past this split now, that'd be really nice. In terms of even, like, world record pace, I'm, like, not entirely safe, but I'm partially, like, I'm most likely safe until Nalawa, man. And, honestly, my practice session did go well today, honestly. Pretty much everything I got first try, I feel like. I think the only thing I didn't get first try was guess jumps. Well, you have ways to bypass that now, don't you? Hello, Koopa. Hope you're having a good day. Let's go, movie. Movie's a champ. That was pretty scuffed. I kind of nitro too early for the dirt pile, the first one. So I had to play kind of... I had to make like a split-second decision when I was on top of the bulldozer. But it worked out. I mean, like, what do you have to do to play the game with, like, expanded memory? Like, what does the user have to do?
It's too...
They might not have to do much. It already is a tiny bit of a hassle sometimes to play a hack anyway. I don't think... If it's just like one extra step, I don't think it's a big deal. Yeah, maybe. If so, then maybe you could just have that enabled, like, at all times, like... I had to be careful with what battle codes I had enabled, because no matter what instance of battle I'm playing, it remembers what codes I had on. But if it's just something like that, you could just leave that on, like, all the time.
Jumping, jumper, jumperoo! My mom always said,
Mayhaps. I know Battle has a fucking hissy fit if you put down like 2 tikis. I literally know from experience. I was getting an error code because I placed down like literally 3 tikis in downtown, and it did not like it.
The gates are locked.
Like how?
I meant to run right through that wall.
5. You did have a lot of barrels. I remember TNT barrels in that hack.
A shortcut.
But I never really thought about it while I was playing it. Also, I'd imagine that these memory issues probably only apply to GameCube and not Xbox. Because OG has 64 megabytes of memory, right? So I would imagine that most games, you know, tap into that. At least grant access to that much memory. I doubt they'd, like, restrict themselves. So, even if, like... So, you could make a hack, and even if it wasn't, like, doable on GameCube, like... On console, you could do it on Xbox, probably. Xbox can probably take a beating. The engine... That is interesting. Never mind then. In that case, because I remember asking before, I remember being like, oh, I wonder if in theory you could port Second Strike to OG if you modded it to have 128 megabytes of memory. But if the engine itself is having issues communicating with the memory, then like that just, I can't imagine that'd be possible. We'd have to gain a much greater understanding of the Xbox, then code the game. So we need the you know, the original code. Then we need to code the game in a way that allows it to gain more access to the memory in somehow. Because the memory communication must be unoptimized. And I would imagine that's hard-coded. Hello, Trayson. I don't think she did that, but yes. How's your day been? At least there is some cool stuff you can do. Like, I've seen people pulled over, like, Incredibles enemies to, like, movie and stuff. I think that shit's, like, so cool. There's a lot of possibilities anyway, even if memory is, like, an issue. In that sense, I'm grateful for what already is, like, doable, you know?
Keep doing it. Attack the top body. Good job, Edgar.
I have no idea. Well, I think the video I saw is old now, but... Yeah, like I think they pulled it over, like, sounds and, like, stuff like that, too. Which I thought was cool.
Patrick,
And I think I saw somebody pull the ghosts from Night of 100 Frights into movie too.
To get to shelves.
It was so jarring playing Night of 100 Frights, and just very occasionally hearing a random sound effect that is in Battle movie. There was like some trampoline or something in the mansion, and the sound effect I believe was Patrick's jumping sounds in BFB. Night of 100 movie references. Even things that predate movie are a movie reference. Like a boss.
Look out below! Medic!
Wow! Splinter!
Yeah. What was the last game made with that engine, do we know?
Do you have any free?
No fish.
Next.
Big hair!
Patrick, I think you mean...
Again!
Rat Proto. Perhaps.
Well, that was different.
I've actually, like, not really seen Rat Proto, like, ever. I should probably, like, have a look at... Oh, I finally remember what I was... Okay. A few days ago, I said I wanted to look at a video showing off the scrap Truth or Square levels. And then I remember after stream being like, dude, I know I wanted to watch something, but I can't remember what it was. That's what it was. That's what it was.
Monster thingy!
That's pretty nuts. The engine got used for a decent amount of games.
So many choices.
So that's
so
cool.
fine.
Oh! Not anymore.
When Mindy said D, she wasn't...
Hello, Trex. How's your day been? On this movie Monday. Thank you for the good luck. I appreciate it.
How you like me now?
Probably hard. I wonder why they switched engines. Yeah, I'm just average day. Average day. For an average guy like myself.
This place.
This run is a little above average, even if it's not amazing. So that's something. More powerful. The evil engine is funny. I also just really like Evil Engine. It's just, like, really good. Like, I couldn't imagine this game being any better with, like, any other engine. Like, this engine feels, like, perfect for this game. And same exact thing with BFB as well. Yeah, I'm not, like, exactly an expert on Scooby-Doo, so I don't know if the game would have felt better on a different engine or whatever, but at least with Battle and Movie, like, the engine's so good for these games. And I've never played Incredibles.
Monster sick!
Any plans? My birthday's tomorrow, so I'm going out to eat. Other than that, I just plan to stream and shiny hunt.
I'm not feeling like a game of catch right now.
Well, my mum's birthday's on the 22nd, so then we're gonna go out again. Damn right, I'm eating fish and chips.
I'm not feeling like a game of catch right now.
Toss has a level editor now. I mean... You know, it'd be cool. I mean, this would be take a lot, but it would be cool to, like, if somebody maybe ported battle and movie levels to that engine. Maybe. I think it would be kind of interesting. Hello, Raiden. Thank you. I will be 22 tomorrow because I'm fucking old and I'm dying as we speak. That was super close.
Is the room spinning or is it just me?
IP2. It's better than 1. Yeah. It's still cool that it exists, though, and I would imagine it's gonna get more features. I think a creature level editor would be so cool, as well. Because I think Creature is a very interesting game that has a lot of problems, but if you made mods that sort of avoid the problems of the game that the vanilla game has, you know, I feel like you could make some really good hacks. There are some parts of the game that absolutely shine, even in those levels, like there's still issues, like Starfish Man. But I still think, like, conceptually, Starfish Man is really cool, and I think Diesel's cool too.
And that is how.
Plankton is you.
It took a long time to get co-op SM64, so I think it's gonna be a while until we get co-op BFB. However, they are actually, there's a team, decomping the game at the moment, and their estimate for being finished was by Halloween this year. Which would also mean then, inevitably, that we could get an unofficial PC port of the game. But you probably could modify the game. Yeah, you probably could do some sort of co-op thing eventually too. At that point, I think then it would just be up to, well, coders at that point, because then there aren't that many limits that we would even have if we have access to the entire game's code.
It's kind of written on it.
I destroyed that watermelon as well. Hardly lost anything, but yeah, something I noticed. My opinion of Creature is a little tainted. I played it in one sitting. That game is not built for one sitting. And second, the game's soft-locked and I had to go back to Supersized Patty. I think anybody would dislike the game at that point. is already a thing. Why have I never heard of it? That sounds cool.
How much of a man do I have to be?
I have done, yeah, I've done a little bit of Shaw multiplayer, yeah, it is cool. I forgot about it, actually, but yeah, no, it is cool. Shaw modding's pretty nuts. It used to be a lot more limited, but now, people have, like, the source code, so you can do a lot with it. Granted, I haven't played a mod in a while, but one Shaw mod, if you like Shaw, one mod I'd highly, highly recommend is a Noise Squidward mod. I recommend it, yeah, because it is SpongeBob, but also because the mod is also just really good. I think they've only done the first 2 levels so far, but seriously now, like, they're really good.
That's good as smart.
If I remember correctly, there's even one mission where you, like, break into jail or something. It's cool.
People sure have been throwing out a lot of TVs lately.
But I would recommend just checking out a bunch of Shaw mods in general. Most of them are pretty good.
Ouch.
That's what I love about mods. They add so much replayability for free as well. That's why you can't really even be mad if a mod is, like, bad, because, like, it's not like it took up, like, 10 hours of your time, and it's not like you paid for it. So even then, like, who cares, you know? But even then, most mods are good. Even mods that kind of would be not very good are good if they have, like, a unique idea. Even just seeing something cool, like, oh, how come in Shaw we never get to go to this building, and then they actually let you go in the building, and the hack is like, wow, that's so cool. Even that, like, even if the rest of the hack is not very good, like, that, like, usually saves a lot of hacks. Whoa, that was close. The last mod I played is no doubt something BFB and movie related, even though I haven't played one of those hacks on stream in a while. I should start doing it again. I slowed down because I was running out of hacks, but now I've downloaded a bunch more, and now there's like twice as many hacks for me to play as there was before. Though, if you are curious to the hacks I was playing, if you go to my main YouTube channel and then go into the playlist, you will find a playlist of unlisted hack playthroughs. I've played way more hacks than what are on there, but I didn't start highlighting them until a couple months ago. Run's dead. That's fucking gay. This run was on good pace as well. My first, like, good pace, like, this far in for a while. But, yeah, run died because I got hit by some spikes towards the beginning and it threw me off cycle. Okay. That's a hard question to answer, because some mods are built at different scale compared to others. Like, for example, BFB Mix is a full game hack. But if I'm just counting, like, the smaller hacks, even then, a lot of them are just, like, one token. Dude, honestly, I really don't know. I really have no idea. Maybe Latte's graveyard mod. It's most visually polished. So, you know, maybe that. Dude, I lost like... Yeah, I lost 39 seconds. But even off of an average segment, I still lost like 37. That's it. Of course, I still plan to continue this run, at least for now. What I like to do with runs like this is I like to finish them and then calculate what the time would have been if that one thing didn't happen. So that I can say it would have been this time if that didn't happen, you know, like that type of thing. Little doubtful on that token, but maybe I got it.
Only Goofy Goop.
You're losing it, SpongeBob.
How come when you've only been in Sunday driving for like literally 1 second, the Patrick's like, you're losing him, SpongeBob?
We're flying.
I'm not even joking, you gain control of the paddy wagon for like a literal second, and then Patrick's like, you're losing him, SpongeBob.
Ice cream makes me dizzy.
You're losing it, SpongeBob.
I'm in front of him. I'm Patrick, I'm literally in front of him, bro. Stop with your fucking lies. Also, dude, you do like fucking nothing in Sunday for so long. Look at the timer, look at the segment time.
Stay with him, SpongeBob.
It's just been a minute. What have I done in that minute? Like, what have I like actually done in that time? That is true. I could get like 2 resets in, which is like 12 encounters. Also, Goob is going really fast. Oh wait, no, now he's not going fast. Where did bro go? Oh, there he is. Holy shit, I got a huge speed boost off that. Okay, well, he threw me into the TNT, so, yeah. Not exactly ideal.
Super speed. Not walls.
The paddy wagon is winning the race.
I knew it, dude. I knew it. I fucking knew that was gonna happen. Guess the number of times this happened in practice in the last, like, 3 months. And yet it's happened, like, 3 times in the span of, like, a week and a half. I'm getting so sick of it now. It's only ever in runs, and literally never happens in practice, ever.
We're
I'd rather go on a vacation with Squidward and Goob because Squidward is only in a shitty mood because of, like, SpongeBob and Patrick. So if there's no SpongeBob and Patrick, then he's not gonna be in a shitty mood. You have to mod your Xbox with, like, the Rocky 5 mod installer or whatever the fuck it's called. Modding your Xbox is, like, objectively good, but like, to become, like, a world record holder in this game, like, you pretty much need to mod your Xbox because it makes practice significantly more efficient. There are, like, a couple tricks that aren't worth doing because they're so out of the way unless you're using a modded Xbox. Such as fast sandwich out of bounds. I can practice something, like, 8 times in a minute or something, whereas, like, if you do it legit, it takes, like, 2 minutes per attempt. Howdy, Baz. Thank you for the good luck. How's your day been? Already have what? World record?
Always time for
Welcome.
Never fear, good
Somebody made a practice mod, and because the Xbox was modded, I was able to use the internet to transfer the files from my computer to the Xbox.
It's a short slide from manager to, well, not manager.
Well, if you already have it, well, there's different soft mods that you could have installed, but if it is the one that I have, then yeah, like, all you have to do at that point then is either use a crossover cable between your Xbox and the PC, or put an Ethernet cable in the Xbox, and then an Ethernet cable in the PC, or a Wi-Fi card, and then, use FileZilla or anything like that to transfer files from the PC to the Xbox.
Hey.
I have to go look at apartments.
I'd like to wake up.
Do you not have, like, the excitement of, like, moving into a new place or anything?
Ouch.
There's also other benefits to having your Xbox modded, by the way. I can practice on hard drive, which makes practice faster because the loads are faster. But the main thing is that I'm not wearing the disk drive out. I'm using the disk drive for runs, but not for practice. So, you know, the first thing to die in an Xbox is the disk drive, like 99 times out of 100, unless you have an older model, in which case it would be the clock capacitor or the power supply. But if you have a newer Xbox like me, then the first thing that would go bad is the disk drive. So practicing without using the disk drive, it significantly improves the longevity of the console. Then you go into the settings and then go to, like, skins or whatever, and then you just select the one that looks like that one.
Mod your stuff.
Because the mod comes with a bunch of skins you can pick.
SpongeBob,
So I do have the option to pick a different skin, but this one looks the best. IMO, the Unleash one. I think you can also import your own skins if you want to, but they're probably not gonna look good. You can also do other little fun things to customize your Xbox. There's just like, I think one option that you have is to change the color of the Xbox's, like, you know when you turn the Xbox on and it's green, like there's like a green light. You can change the color on that. You can even make it like rainbow or have it loop around like a certain amount of colors. You can have it flash, I think. You can even just have the color off. I'm pretty sure. I don't know why you do that, though. Like skins for the modded dashboard. Yeah, I've modded, how many 3DSs have I modded? Hold on. My aqua blue one, my white 3DS XL, and my 2DS, and my, no, my... Oh, okay. I've modded 4 3DSs, but I haven't had a custom skin on any of them because I couldn't be fucking bothered. But most people put, like, custom skins and shit, because then it feels like a lot more like a personal device and it looks cool and shit. I've just never cared about that stuff, which is a flaw in the sense of, like, why wouldn't I care? And a good thing in the sense of, at least it means I have to put less effort into modding my shit. Well, the only way to, like, have the background be, like, blue or whatever is if it's modded. If it's modded, then that's definitely a good thing. You just, you know... Then at that point, you would just need to figure out what you want to do with it, and then how to do it. I'll use your balls. Anyway,
That's better.
yeah, it's fair, Darkside. I'm just fucking lazy. I've always been like that. If you're not sure what mods they used, you could, like, take a picture of it. Maybe. You remembered what? I must have if it's Love Live. I've watched, like, all the music videos for Love Live. Yeah, no. I've definitely, yeah, I've definitely heard this before. The most customizability I do is that when I inject a game as a virtual console game, you can change the cover, and then I just, like, do random images because I find it funny. Hello, Ditto Milk. Thank you for the good luck. If Ditto can transform into any Pokemon, then can it just replicate any Pokemon's milk?
A rolling sponge gathers no barnacles.
Does that mean I could receive God of War's milk by any chance? $90, goddamn. That's like almost a whole work shift for you, isn't it? Like, it's like close to a whole work shift. Like a boss. How's it going, Spongy?
This hurts me more than it hurts you.
Cause he lives in it. I've never seen a... I've never heard someone say cause he lives. I still understood it, though. Glad you're doing well. I'm doing okay, thank you. I had a good run die, and then, like, it actually died from Rock Lock and Sunday after a couple minutes. Yeah, so that's like a little over one, like, yeah, so imagine if you just did like a whole day of work just to commission that. I mean, there are worse uses of your money, but that, you know. Yeah, it sucks, but I'm hoping to I was kind of hitting a wall recently. I'm hoping to have broken through it. I hope I've broken through it. If I have, then I probably will PB soon.
You have to get...
Oh, do you pay, like, rent? That is, like, really cringe. Like, I don't really have much to say to that other than that's cringe. Well, because this game is gay as fuck, ditto. I have to pay taxes, sad face. It's because, well, if we're talking, well, when I say tax, I mean, items, well, yeah, you're taxed on just products, taxes, like, pre-applied, so you always pay tax for everything. You could be a 5-year-old walking into the shop, still gotta pay taxes. Effectively. Yeah, well, Khan, I mean... What I will say, obviously this isn't the case, but if you made 10,000 mods, it's just inevitable that you're gonna have some duds. I feel like, you know, in that sense, you can't be too strict on yourself. However, as these tools get understood more, and as, you know, ideas are easier to execute the more experience you have. So, you might have a good idea but bad execution, or hell, maybe even a bad idea but, like, decent execution, but still can't save it. You know, you might run into some bumps, but, like, even if that did happen, at the end of the day, you could still be called a better overall modder than you were in the past. Fuck this game. Because it could be evident that you've gotten better at certain things, such as background scenery, visuals in general, pacing. But an idea for a mod could just be bad or whatever. If you try and one-up yourself literally every single time, you'd inevitably be making 100 token hacks. I don't understand what's going on with this trick. And let me tell you something, too. You are going to be the most critical about your hacks. I can assure you that nearly nobody would give a fuck if there was a slight quality drop. For, like, one hack, and then the next, like, 5 hacks are really good. Because at the end of the day, as long as a hack is, like, a little fun... Again, because it's free, and because ideas can just save a hack anyway. People would play fucking anything. That is pretty cool. Darkside, I was referring to then. Well, as long as you can make a bag in some way, then I guess you, receiving a dub as well.
Welcome.
That's just how creators are in general. You know what else? Well, artists. You've surely seen many artists over the years who are just like, my work is fucking bad. This one line that nobody can even see is so off. I should kill myself. And like, not just artists, modders can apply to that too. Speedrunners apply to that. How many people do you know that say that PB is good? They always say that PB is bad every goddamn time. When you create something, you're very likely to say it's bad unless it's, like, amazing.
This is a job for a manager.
For the time I got it, pretty good. But now, it's definitely not bad at all, but I feel like I should have been it by now. It's a good run, but that's all I can really... It's just a good. I'm more, I found that compared to the average runner, I'm more lenient on myself with how good the runs are. Because I analyze runs in a way that seemingly nobody else does. I made a YouTube video about it. But when people look at their realistic time saves, they always do it wrong. It's always like, oh, well, I golded, like, everything until BBBH, but there's 10 seconds of BBBH off my gold, so now I'm gonna put 10 seconds of BBBH. No, that's not actually how it works. Because, yeah, there's time save in BBBH, but first of all, if you just tied all of your fucking golds before BBBH, let's be real, it's gonna be a miracle if you're minus out of BBBH. You're not saving those 10 seconds. And even if you do, it's just negated by the fucking golds. And even then... You're not going to save 10 seconds even if you save time at BBBH. You're going to save like 5 or 6. So... the approach that I take that basically no other runner does for some reason is take a much more realistic approach to the time save. Yes, my time... I miss guest jumps. That is insane that I missed guest jumps and still PB'd. And that is like 14 seconds of time save. But that was after getting the best run I've ever done in my life. So, when you factor that, I'm like never minus into guest 2. I'm never gonna be minus. If anything, I'll probably still be plus out of guest 2. So then I also need to like nail the strat and plank as well, because I also lost a ton of time in plank. So I can't expect myself to be minus on PB until after Planktopolis. I can't expect myself to do to play ahead of the PB and then save all that time. I cannot expect that. That's how you stop yourself from having a toxic mindset with the runs. My run is so bad. I lost 10 seconds in sandwich driving. Yeah, but you golden no cheese depression 3k rubber the BBBH. So, you know... That's what nobody ever thinks of. I really am not just saying this. I've basically never seen anybody take the approach to speedrunning that I have. Everybody's way too harsh on themselves. Like, should I be missing guest jumps in a PB? God, no, but, like, I was only able to because the run was so good. Also, that is another thing, yeah. People are so critical of themselves because they know exactly what it takes to get the run that they got, or, well, you know, or art. But if we're talking about runs, I feel like I should be playing closer to the sum of best. But the response, you know, a lot of people would be like, I couldn't hope to beat this game in 3 hours, Purple Foundation. And yeah, you beat the game in 61 minutes. And it's like, yeah, I mean, I guess that's true, but... I also have put thousands of hours into the game. If I was still taking 3 hours to beat the game, I'm seriously doing something very wrong, and I've wasted thousands of hours of my life. It's something that people wouldn't understand, I guess, until they reach that level. Or they're really good at, like, a different speed game, like, they might be able to understand then. But yeah, that's why runners are so, like... A run is inevitably going to have mistakes. A mistakeless run is almost impossible. Unless the game's, like, really short and 2D and shit like that. If it's this game, you'll never have, like, a perfect, flawless run. It'll just never happen. And thus, you are, like, whenever you do make a mistake, it might genuinely be a stupid mistake. My all extras time, it probably is the best PB I've ever gotten. But every mistake I made was stupid. I made, like, 5 or 6 mistakes, and they were all mistakes I don't make normally. They were all stupid. But when you factor that the rest of the run was, like, at the time, probably the best I've ever played, other than those mistakes. Then, even after those mistakes, like, that's still minor time loss in the grand scheme of things, and I still played, like, super well overall. There's plenty of ways to gauge, like, how good your run is, of course. Best pace ever, best possible time. Even just looking at your segments, you know, just seeing, like, what you generally would expect yourself to get. I would expect myself to get that trick, so now this is a bad 3K, for example. Because, like, I don't miss that, really. But the run is just, like, mid right now.
I'm not feeling like a game of catch right now. Anyone knows what
Another reason why I'm lenient on myself is because there are some golds I have that are physically impossible to beat, pretty much.
Super Sponge saving the day. Upsy daisy. Youch! Ow!
Moral of the story being that unless your ego's big or something, you are gonna be your most harsh critic. So, just chill, and you'll enjoy the thing that you do more. Actually, I do need to make another point because it is important as well. If you are very harsh on yourself, you'll get more discouraged, and being more discouraged means you want to do your thing less. So, in your case, Wilcon, you will be making less hacks if you keep beating yourself up about it, because you'll get discouraged quicker. So, you'll be making less hacks, which means you'll be improving slower because you're not making as many hacks. Which means that your fear will come true, but only because of your fear in the first place. Of just having the fear in the first place, so, yeah. That being said, I am kind of disappointed it's taking so long to PB in this category. It definitely feels overdue at this point, but I'm trying to stay positive about it. Oh, and another reason to might dislike your own work is if you feel like somebody's doing a better job than you. But like, that's so subjective to the user. You know, you can't focus too much on what other people are doing. So I hope I spit a ton of facts. Well, I mean, I know I spit a ton of facts. But I hope you learned something from the fact spitting that I have been doing for the past few minutes. Actually, not even past few. I've been doing it for like 12 minutes.
You have to get...
It's kind of hypnotic. Don't laugh at me. Not your stuff. Jumping, jumper, jumperoo!
I really should open the windows when I next get the chance, so after rub it up too. It is getting hot. Looking at the temperatures, it's like, it's going to peak at about 6 o'clock, so if I open the windows, that'll help. They were only closed because my parents were outside. No way they were still outside. It's been like an hour and a half, so...
It's kind of hypnotic. Little guy, big steak. Whoa!
This BBBH is really good so far.
How much of a man do I have to be? Delicious. Ooh, is this where they make the little umbrellas to go in the drinks? Coming through!
Fuck that, man. Man, this BBBH was so good as well. It might have actually been gold post as AIDS. The headphones are on my lap. I need to sit really awkwardly for this. Unless they drop on the floor, they might come out of my PC and might crash OBS. It doesn't like when my headphones disconnect on OBS. So I'm sitting in such a fucking weird angle right now to make this work. Alright, there we go.
How was that for you?
Oh boy!
Welcome back, Lena. I'm not in Homo 1. In fact, I don't remember when you left earlier, but the run, that run died in SCDA 2, like the world record pace, and then the run actually just straight up died on Sunday. However, I think like the next attempt or something, I think it was this one. I feel like I need a cough. But, like, in a way I haven't felt in a long time. It feels like my throat, like, kind of hurts as opposed to something being stuck in there. It's showing up for me.
So much destruction.
I could try and refresh my browser source, but... I doubt that'd fix it. Jogan Poland, PSI.
It's going up.
Refresh. Alright, can someone try an emote?
Oh boy!
It did not work. Well, it's not my fault, so, that does suck, though. They give the chat a lot more personality. Could be worse, though. It could be broken, like, on Twitch itself, which would be way worse. I wonder why it's broke in the first place.
Coming through!
It's not the same, sad face. I've seen a lot of people use that in chats, but like it doesn't really mean anything. I don't think. I think it's. I think people post it because it's like a long emote. I think that's why people use it.
The gates are
I
locked.
have chlamydia. Isn't that the Illuminati? I guess it's for like 2016 dank memes. Do you remember those MLG videos where it's like... It would zoom in on a triangle and then just be like, Illuminati confirmed?
I meant to drive right through that wall. A shortcut. There's a key.
Yes. People used to use Doritos to be like yeah. And it'd be like Mountain Dew, and then there would always be like montage, like. Do you remember like there'd be like dubstep and shit, and then it would be like It's flashing a bunch of shit on the screen, like phase and like optic gaming and shit like that. I'd be like, but my hope will never die. And it's like, oh my god. Mom, get the camera. MLG, it didn't last too long, but it felt like it took forever. It's the two, it's Ram and Ram from ReZero. MLG Peppa Pig. The first one that I think of is MLG Teletubbies. I think that was really funny because not only did Pyro make it, not only did he say before that he has literally no memory of making it, but he also said that it's... Well, he did. You could see it's one of his most viewed videos on his channel. I think it's like the second or third most viewed to this day. Oh, yeah. Smoke weed every day. Oh my god, that's so awesome. I'm like 12 seconds behind my PB. My run is godlike until very late in the run. That's why I never compare against the splits, because I can never be minus on them, pretty much. I had to buy a new one, unless you're talking about the one recently where it doesn't split sometimes. It doesn't split if you put too little pressure on the split pedal. And when you're late into a stream, you're probably going to be a bit, like, you're going to lose a lot of energy, and then just not put much pressure on the split pedal. Hence why I kept, like, that's why it usually happens, like, late into a stream, and not throughout, like, the entire thing. Cleveland SpongeBob. Thank you, iPie. Very cool.
To get to shelter.
I think IP got a big update. At least, the log is very long. Every change is a fucking paragraph to it, so I assume that's big. Dude, this is exactly what I... Okay. One of the changes is Asset Data Editor. New buttons, Copy Transformation, which copies the position, rotation, and scale of the asset to clipboard, and Paste Transformation, which pastes them. Dude, that's what I wanted all along. It's right there. That's big. You can read it in releases, but it seems big to me.
Pull over! I need to... Again!
I'm back. Welcome back.
Monster thing.
I was talking about MLG compilations, and then I was also talking about the level editor getting an update.
So many choices, so little time. Well, avoid those next time.
Big hair.
Appetizing to me.
Look out below.
I assume what you're gonna say is that it somehow had a good charge on it, despite not being used for use.
That's your cat.
Oh. Never mind, that is actually the opposite of... That is, like, literally the exact opposite of what I thought you were gonna say.
How you like me now?
I guess the battery doesn't last on it. It might be one of those devices where when it's not used for a really long time, it just dies. The Wii U and the Switch are apparently like that.
Boing. Right. That's giving up manliness, even in the corners.
Not so fast. I get monster sick. Woohoo!
Well, the copy and pasting asset thing
Hide from me.
was definitely something that I was pretty happy to see. Oh, okay. That's good. Dark side. Yeah, that does remind me that I should charge my razor. I don't shave very often, so I always forget to charge it. And I also often forget when I do need to. I always forget if I charged it. So I clearly have the thought of, like, I should charge this, and then I just don't. And then I'm like, did I charge it? I feel like I kind of remember telling myself I should charge this. I mean, copy and paste is pretty big, because it just makes... If it makes it, like, multiple times harder, easier to, like, do... Multiple times faster to do something, and you're probably gonna do that thing a lot anyway, like, I'd call that a big change, more than a quality of life.
Ouch! Forgot my floaties. Ouch! On the trap. Ouch!
Physical razors fucking suck. I've, like, basically never used them, really.
Upsy daisy.
Yeah, I shave before there's too much hair that can grow.
Uh-oh.
Although I also don't shave very often. Because my facial hair doesn't grow fast.
That's my favorite line.
And that is how.
Plankton is used.
I should be comparing against, I only just realized I'm comparing against 101 pace and not 101 1x pace. I only just realized that. No wonder it says I'm so far ahead. I was really confused by that.
That wasn't so tough.
Nah, I'm running against the wrong splits on accident. I'll compare against the right ones in a minute. I'm probably only, like, 5 seconds ahead of the pace splits or something, of, like, the 1x pace.
Oh, that's dumb.
I really should get an electrical screwdriver. I have a really good manual one. Like, I have a big toolkit with, like, a ton of screws, but... yeah, electrical one would be pretty based.
Little guy, big stink. Come to the door.
That was so close. Also, yeah, hello, Toddy. Hope you, doing well. Oh my god, I'm not even... yeah, I'm 1 second ahead. That means the run's kind of bad.
Little guy, big
Now I'm plus. Like a boss.
The manliness has landed.
I'm risk it. So, fun fact, if you didn't know, if you pause next to a token, and it would have been the 2 frame, but you unpause, the music disappears. And that automatically makes it way more frustrating because because then I literally know without a shadow of a doubt that the trick would have worked. And I unpause for no reason.
That wasn't so tough. Boom! No sense.
The music comes back, though, if you open the menu. Again.
Light as a feather, but heavy as a brick. Whee!
Speaking of screwdrivers, I fucking hate turning screws. Like, it's just, why does it always suck? It just always sucks. The screwdriver I have is really big. So it's just really hard to, like...
Oh, slidey stuff. Ooh, coming through.
The worst thing, N64 cartridges, and I think SNES cartridges use them, like, extremely specific, like, screws. I had to, like, buy, like, just some random screwdriver off Amazon for, like, £10. Shit sucked. I don't know what the fuck it was, I just had to buy it. Because Nintendo are assholes. My door is, like, creaking open because of the wind. It's going... This house be haunted for real. That's one of my least favorite words to say with this accent, just the word haunted. Sounds way worse than haunted. Like, oh, what's your favorite Pokemon? My favorite Pokemon's Haunter. Like, fuck off. Thank you for the good luck. This run's kind of bad, though, but, I mean, it has a chance. No, it does not. I lied. Just look at the funny green colors. No.
Ouch! Light as a feather, heavy as a brick. Bring up two.
Fuck off, dude.
Oh.
Never had... Wow, yeah. Yeah, nice. Fucking bullshit. I want to use the never command, but those two things individually have happened before. Although they've never happened in conjunction, so... I don't know.
You're losing him.
No, I didn't know that. I guess I shouldn't be surprised, though. Do you remember Bowsette? Now, people went insane over Bowsette. You couldn't really get away from it. That's just straight up bad RNG. The name Bowsette doesn't really even make sense because it doesn't imply the use of Peach at all. But what else could you call him? What else could you call a female Bowser?
We're doing better now.
That sounds cool. Sure.
So much destruction.
You gotta give me a bit, because Sunday driving is bad and long. This is the longest split in the run that only gives you 1 token. But overall, I think it is the 3rd longest split in the run, which is kind of funny. Because the other 2 levels that are longer than it, 3K and Plank, 3K is only longer because I upgrade in it. But I still get 4 tokens, and I also get 4 tokens from Plank, and that my golds combined in Plank are like 445, and Sunday's 4 flat. It's kind of sad when you think about it.
That's just what we needed.
That's just what we needed. Me when trick works. Yeah. It's kind of interesting. The origin of, like, OCs is, like, interesting, because everybody has their own, like, story, I guess, on how the thing came to be. Even my OC, Craig the Hedgehog. I see. You know, that's actually designed pretty well. Like, pretty well. Although, I guess it is... I feel like the way that you get popular on Twitter as an artist is just by making something that is not a girl, an object or a human or whatever. And then that's how you get popular. It does kind of feel like a cheaty way of getting popular, I guess. Because with something like that, the art looks really good, it's fun. But I feel like it was sort of guaranteed to get popular, you know what I mean?
How was that for you?
I like Smug. Or, well, yeah, I like Smug. I think Smug looks cool.
Now I know.
As long as it's not like the Smug isn't like too aggressive or whatever, I like Smug look. Like, one way to ruin Smug, there's the anime Nagatoro. And it's just one of those anime where, like, girl teases guy because she likes him, and, you know, doesn't know how else to communicate with him, so just teases him. His Smugs are massive. I'm talking, like, full-on, like 70% of her teeth are showing, like, massive smiles. And she does it all the time. Like, all the goddamn time. So doing it too much, or having the Smug be, like, too big, just kind of makes it, like, not cool. Yeah, I watched Nagatoro because it got popular for, because the anime just says words like sus. So it's like, oh my god, Among Us, lol, funny.
Ta-da!
So I decided to watch it.
And so
It's not bad, I give it a 7. And this is season 2, I also gave that one a 7, but I do like it more than the first season.
Can you hear me now?
No.
Faster, faster! Ouch!
Yeah, if you keep the characters, like, the exact same every single time ever, then what is the point of having, like, new artwork of them? Because it'll just be, like, the same thing again. That's why putting them into different situations and thinking about how they would react to these situations is important. Yeah.
Plankton,
Look at this place. I hope my pineapple's still okay. They're giving up manliness, even in the corners.
Yeah, no, that's a really good way of thinking of it. Just adds an extra layer to them, you know, makes them more polished. And when you do have scenarios of them in these situations, it also just helps you think, well, what if they were in this situation or that situation? You know, having some sort of groundwork to go off of, and then, like, you can even theorize even more things, like, more situations for the characters to be in.
Slipping, slipping! Whee!
Exactly. Breathing a lot of life into, you know, characters. You know, it's really amazing what characters from shows and stuff like that can, like, how much of an impact they can have on us. Like, the impact that they can have on us is amazing in the sense that, like, we can really feel how they feel, you know? It makes you feel like you're part of the universe. And like, one thing that, you know, good shows do with these characters is put them into a lot of different situations. It allows you to subtly understand exactly how the character operates. Not just ideally, but how they operate in any situation. and how they are at their worst, and how they are at their best, and how they are on average, and shit like that. And then you can practically theorize them. If they're written well, you can theorize them in basically any scenario and just know how they're going to act in that situation. And then it becomes really fun to think about stuff like that. Like, yeah, how would they react? Well, if you know them super well, then you know. And that's what good storytelling and stuff like that, and a good written character, like, that's how you would, come to understand. I do not need an OC named Femboy Foundation. Also, yeah, I agree. Darkside, if you have a lot of characters to bounce, that's another thing as well. I feel like a lot of people only have like 1 or 2 OCs, but I think having more can be a good thing because it allows you to think even more about like what would this character interaction be like. And then you might think, oh, well, my character would probably do this. And you're like, oh, wait, no, because this character would then push that character, and then this character would most likely react like XYZ. That's what makes, you know, that also can be a fun thing. That's why I think you gotta make more than, like, 1 OC, you know? Just, like, if they have good chemistry, then that just makes the first character so much better just from the existence of the second character. Yeah. It's cool as well, when you get artwork and stuff done of your OC as well, and you really like how they're looking, it's just like... It makes it even easier to just, like, theorize, like, what they would do. Unfortunately for me, I have no imagination. I don't even know what an OC would be like if I made one, but, you know.
You're almost.
Chippy Saturday. Why? $165? God damn. God damn. Bro. Mindy, shut up.
I can bring back the paddy wagon, but you'll need more.
Dude, okay, I don't know how that was, like, so bad. I'm, like, 2 seconds behind my gold already. Which means I'm not getting a 3x, unfortunately. Yeah. Also, I'm not calling your style, like, anime or whatever, but I just, like, for example, in anime, like, beach episodes are practically mandatory for, like, slice-of-life anime, so, but the reason why is because they're so effective at telling you how the characters would react in this situation and how they contrast with each other, and yet still somehow get along, you know? And even just having your OCs do that, like that... It just works so well. Like, people have been doing that for so long because it works. Bro.
Oh, this patty is starting to come apart.
Purple Foundation anime. The intro is just me resetting to runs, but then at the end, like, the song perks up, and I'm, like, in Neptune. And then, I go to, like, get my final hit on Neptune, and then just before it happens, then it goes to, like, the like you know, like it flashes back to like the name of the anime with like maybe like a sky background or something, and then like the guitar stops. It's like, you know, like it picks up. It's like da-da-da-da-da-da-da, and then about to hit Neptune, and then it goes down, and then it goes to the intro, the name of the anime, and then every episode is just filler because I can't PB. Shrimply win the lottery. I seriously, like, just could not believe how bad that knucklehead was. Hello, Bottle. Thank you for the good luck. How is your day?
All hail Plankton. Dodge, SpongeBob, dodge!
Another issue with making OCs is that you might accidentally have some be too similar, or it's too complicated to figure out, like, why a character would interact with another character, or how they'd react when there's so many options, like, so many different other characters they could react to. I think you have too many characters in a situation where, like, with a character interaction, if character B would do something identical to what a different character would do, and character A still reacts in, like, the exact same way. For example, if character A and character B are buddy-buddy, but character B does something kind of shitty, then character A might be sad about it, because it's like, bro, you're not like that, why'd you do that? However, if character B was shitty, so I guess we call it character C, if character C is shitty, but they still do the exact same thing, then character A might have more of an annoyed look because they would expect it from them. You know, that type of thing. Glad your day has been good. I should be happier about this run than I actually am, but, like, dude, I lost, like, over 20 in throwing fruit. Well, when you're in a situation like that, you just have to give them a way to stand out, I guess. For example, one of the OCs plays Movie, and the other one plays Creature from the Krusty Krab. I'm a Goofy. Just, like, make that a meme, where it's like, I'm a Goofy, and then he just morphs into Goofy. I bet that's never been made. Where he's like, I'm what the scallop? I'm a Goofy. Just turns him into Goofy. That's probably, like, never been made before. Your cock is too righteous. Yeah. It's good they, found something to be very creative in, you know? I split early, so that's definitely a 45. So the reason why this run is annoying is because I lost, like, 24 realistically off in throwing fruit.
Eugene Krabs.
And then, oh, but you still would have been off PB by a second. Yeah, but my knucklehead was weirdly horrible.
And now to
Even a bad knucklehead still should have been like at least 2 seconds faster than that. So that would have, yeah, then yeah, that would have been world record.
Patrick, you have performed a manly deed.
I'm so proud of you.
Thanks, Mindy. I've learned a few things about myself. I may be a dork and a wingnut.
The Knucklehead McSpazatron.
Yes, but more importantly, I'm a kid, and I like being a kid. I'm just glad that everything is back to normal.
And
Thank
so
you for
ends
the
most heroic
GGs.
tale ever told in Bikini Bottom. And as the sun sets over the island paradise above the waves, we must stop
Best
and
split
wonder
times.
how long until the sequel.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. 47, 45 Gask. Off my best ever splits, which is just my PB, I think. I'm comparing against best splits right now. My golds. Look how easy it is just to lose time off your gold.
These guys freak me out.
What's my average? 102. You, bro, you. Well, what else is there to do than get more runs? Oh, I need to update my 101 count, so I will do that right now. So that's 21. Isn't it 22? Yeah, I swear it's 22. 22. Mindy skip worked again, so 106 out of 135. The crazy thing about Mindy skip is that it's worked like over, I think at least 15 times in a row by now. I don't know if I'm doing something that's like preventing it from happening, from failing, or if I'm just getting lucky. Because I'm never lucky, so I feel like it's not that.
Welcome.
Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here. Yep, excitement, adventure. Just another day in the life of a manager. Upsy-daisy! It's a short slide from manager to, well, not manager. These just ooze.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, is that as the years have gone by, all we've really done is make assumptions, and almost all of the assumptions have been wrong. I feel like it's just better to think that it's an equal chance in every category until we can prove otherwise. Because early powers, you literally get to Mindy faster, so you can have more opportunities to, like, you know, do the trick. Additionally, if Mindy skip has like a 1 in 4 or a 1 in 5 chance to fail, if you get Mindy skip like 8 times in a row in no pulse storage and then move to early powers, well, you've already stacked up attempts that worked, so now you're just more statistically likely to miss it as you move to EP. EP is a very secondary category. Nobody, like, really primarily focuses on it. So, you'll go to it after burning attempts in no pulse storage. So that's why even though I'm technically also making an assumption, I'm making the safest assumption possible, which is that it has a random chance to fail. We can't do anything to alter its consistency, and it's the same chance in every category. The only thing is that in only all extras, and this actually is concrete. It is literally only all extras. The game has a small chance to crash loading into Neptune in all extras. But I don't know if that's, like, a separate chance from Mindy skip failing. Like, if it crashes in Neptune, I don't know if Mindy skip always works and then it and then it can't Yeah, and then it crashes in Neptune.
Excitement, adventure, just enough.
Like, I don't know if it's technically 2 separate chances or if it's 1 chance. Like, I don't know if it's possible to just,
It's a short slide.
like, to get one where it, like, always works except for the crash. Like, I don't know.
I'm feeling like more of a man already. Cleanliness is next to managerliness. Cleanliness is next to managerliness.
Hey.
That's good, Bottle. I would definitely like to see what you are capable of. And that'll also give me another second channel video to make. I don't really have any ideas for them at the moment.
Oh, can't swim. Jumping.
Yeah, I want to do an Earl run, but I also got robbed out of a fucking shiny last night, and I'm just spending all my free time trying to shiny hunt, so... But I think it's pretty evident that, like, at a higher level, like, the shiny thing is a problem.
That's my favorite line ever.
Manly thing is a problem. Job. And I'm not talking foot job. Next one's gonna be slide.
How much of a man do I have to be? Woo, up we go.
Okay, that literally took like 30 attempts, but I did get it. Hooray, after 30 attempts, I got the 1 in 7. Let's go. This is a very big day. For all Purple Foundation fans everywhere. I'm so proud of myself. True, you'll get to experience this with me.
A new path.
Alright, I'm gonna get the next one in a row. It's going to be Excitement Adventure.
Going up.
Okay, well, you got it. I did not, but I did just get it, so that makes sense. The manager voice line is really fun. The command, I should have added it sooner. Manager coming through. I think that's the first time I've missed that today. God damn it. Whenever I try to think of manager voice lines, I usually only remember like 5 of them out of like 7. Chickens be like.
Welcome.
Never fear, good
Oh,
citizens
God,
of
okay.
Bikini Bottom.
I just randomly got hit with like a tide wave. Now I'm hella tired.
Yep. Excitement.
Out of nowhere.
Adventure. Just another day in the life of a manager.
Jesus Lord.
Upsy daisy. It's a short slide from manager to, well, not manager. I'm feeling like more of a man already.
I believe that happens when you accidentally set up ball storage. In certain levels, and then maintain it. And then it'll crash in Rubadub.
Welcome.
I think 3K to Rubadub crashes Rubadub. And you were just in 3K, so you probably accidentally did ball storage, then started runs, then got to Rubadub, and because you did 3K to Rubadub, the game crashed. When you practice, you always want to, like, restart the console afterwards. It also prevents other potential things from happening, so it's just best to do it anyway. Yeah, no, I mean, it's happened to me a billion times in the past when we didn't know why it was happening.
A manager is always prepared. Manager coming through.
Hey.
I'd like to wake up now. Ouch!
That could have also been ball storage, potentially, but it also very well could have been random.
Jumping, jumper, jumper,
Damn. Double damn.
Welcome.
Never fear, good citizens.
You might want to use, like, a disc cleaner thing, or you might want to buy another disc.
Yep. Excitement, adventure.
That is an unfortunate problem with using disc for this game. Even if your Xbox is in good condition and you have a good model and everything, like, you could just buy a disc. You can't really see scratches properly on eBay, you just buy one that has really bad scratches.
Manager coming through.
And even then, the disc might not have that many scratches, but your Xbox, being, maybe you have an Xbox that's never been cleaned or anything, and then that in conjunction with the disc causes a crash, and, you know, just, there's a lot of variables that can occur. I have no idea why the game didn't lag.
Welcome.
Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here. Yep. Excitement, adventure. Just another day in the life of a manager. It's a short slide from manager.
I do have suspicion on how on if lag in this game damages the disk drive or not. Because in this game, when you open the menu, you can literally hear the disc tray like make a weird noise.
Cleanliness is next to managerliness.
Like it makes like a weird like almost like choking noise.
A manager is always prepared.
Oh, I got short slide twice. In that case, I guess that the next one will be short slide because I'm quirky like that. Never mind.
Hey.
I'd like to wake up now.
Tell me about it.
Oh, or something.
Yeah, I got it. This run is bad though, I'm resetting it. There we go. Now my luck is probably about average, I would say, maybe. Hooray for average luck. Yes. Actually, no, it's still below average, because, like, 25-ish attempts to get it once, and then only, like, 3 or 4 attempts to get it the second time. That's still not very good. Yeah, my luck's still below average, actually.
Yep. Excitement, adventure, just another day in the life of a manager. It's a short slide from manager to, well, not manager. Where a manager is always prepared.
Like what?
Upsy daisy. Manager coming through. This is a job.
I'd imagine you'd be looking into, like, Switch emulation. Would be one of the ones.
Can you hear me now?
Ah. Yeah.
Hey.
There is an SM64 port on 3DS, but... yeah. That's just one game.
I'd like to wake up now. Oh, or something.
I've also seen SM64 ported to PS2, ported to Dreamcast. It's really cool.
Jumper,
Luigi's Mansion. Yeah. I do need to play Luigi's Mansion. The prices are going up. Should have bought it a while ago. But the PAL Vision sucks. Sunshine. Yeah, I have my childhood copy of Sunshine. And I have the Japanese version and the 3D All-Stars version. Kirby Return to Dreamland. I don't have that. Link's Awakening. I have that. I have Link's Awakening. I regret paying for it. I paid full price, digital as well, so I can't even sell it on, and I just don't want it.
Adventure, just another day in the life of a manager. It's a short slide from manager to, well, not manager. I'm feeling like more of a man already. Kabam! This is a job for a manager. Cleanliness is next to managerliness.
The Steam Deck can emulate, like, basically anything. I would imagine that the only thing it's bad at emulating is, like, DS and 3DS, because, you know, dual screen issues.
Hey.
I'd like to wake up now. Whoa! Can't swim! Ugh.
I do want to play the Kirby game on Switch, but I never did. And I don't know why.
Manliness has landed.
You know, I would say, like, hey, boys will be boys, but yes. I think it is probably a very guy thing to just, like, forget where you were gonna... Like, you have, like, an idea of, like, a list in your head, and then right at the last second, you gotta add another thing to the list. I feel like you're very likely to forget it. Howdy, Clicks. Thank you for the good luck on the Sponge Balls square nuts.
SpongeBob.
I'd be very concerned if my nuts were square. The food product and my actual nuts. Then again, I don't eat nuts. So I don't care about that part. Nuts suck, TBH. Nuts and chocolate. Okay, this probably is a hot take because I'm not allergic to nuts, right? So I think this would be a hot take when you pretend that people with nut allergies don't exist, right? If you add nuts to literally any chocolate ever... I hate this game. If you add nuts... Nope, run's dead. Can't miss that nitro. If you add nuts to any chocolate on the entire planet, it automatically makes the chocolate bad. No exceptions. It could be the best tasting chocolate ever, but the only way to get it is with nuts. It's automatically bad. We'll never have it. Yeah, why would you ruin the texture with like a super fucking hard, crunchy fucking thing? This shit sucks.
Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here.
Nut and chocolate is bad. Like a boss.
Just another day in the life
It's
of a
never good.
manager.
Additionally, mint flavors of chocolate products are almost never the best best version of that chocolate. Like Oreo mint and stuff like that.
Fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is
Also, mint ice cream tastes bad. It's like toothpaste, but slightly better
excitement, adventure.
in the form of ice cream.
Just another day in the life of a manager.
I'm gonna nut in your chocolate.
It's a short slide from
Cue that clip of Squidward eating the Krabby Patty in the sand, and he goes, "So delicious." That'd be me.
a manager. Nothing like a little man type stuff. A manager is always prepared. Upsy daisy.
Yeah, mint. Arrow mint is pretty good, but even that feels kind of situational. But yeah, that's like the only mint chocolate I think is like pretty good, and even then, I don't want it like every time or anything. No, I just know the show quite well. In the first, like, 5 seasons. I have an, when I was younger, I had a very big obsession with the show. Alright, no worries, Clicks. Good luck on your presentation and stuff. The only thing I'm presenting is these nuts. Dang it. It would be expected of you to just, like, you'd probably have random chatters that just make random SpongeBob references. So people would expect you to know SpongeBob, yeah. Because how many people are gonna not... How many people are going to run a SpongeBob game, but they've never seen SpongeBob? That's like no one. Why else do you own the damn game? You probably had it from your childhood because you were a SpongeBob fan. That's how most people have this game. They usually don't buy it for speedrunning. They already have it.
Welcome.
There can be exceptions, but yeah, generally, you probably know the media well.
Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom.
SpongeBob in particular, like, you definitely would know. It's one of the most quotable shows ever.
Excitement, adventure, just another day in the life of a manager. Boing! It's a short slide from manager to, well, not manager. A manager is always prepared. Vacuuming up
Who knows?
even in the corners.
I have heard the point before that, like, even though technically characters like Mickey Mouse and Homer Simpson are technically more recognizable than SpongeBob, the thing is that those, like, the Simpsons and Mickey Mouse are just, like, they turn more into, like, logos, like, more branding things. I feel like SpongeBob is more recognizable as an entity in terms of, like... And, like, I feel like people quote SpongeBob stuff more than Simpsons stuff, even though The Simpsons has, like, 8 seasons of really good episodes, and SpongeBob has, you know, 3, if we stretch it a tiny bit, 4, if we stretch it even more, 5, not 8. Not too often. I feel like SpongeBob is just more memorable. Maybe it's to do with the episodes being 11 minutes. So that, like, there's just less dialogue in each individual episode. That might be part of it. It's more like I can remember a bunch of Simpsons moments, but specific quotes are very hard for me to remember. Although, there is, like, one amazing one I think about quite a lot. There's an episode where Homer writes an angry letter to Mr. Burns, decides not to mail it, but then Bart mails it anyway, so they gotta get the mail back. And there's one where they go into, like, into the post office, and Homer puts on, like, an impression, and he's like, "Hello, my name is Mr. Burns. I believe you have a letter for me." And then they're like, "Okay, Mr. Burns, what's your first name?" And he's like, I don't know.
My mom always.
And then it cuts to a shot of him, like, sitting outside the post office, and he goes, "Great plan, Bart." That one's so memorable because of, like, every single... There's, like, so many, like, little things to it that just work, like, so well. For example, Homer doesn't need to put on a voice. He just needs to say that he's Mr. Burns. Second, the fact that he says Mr. Burns. Third, the fact that he doesn't know Mr. Burns' first name, but still thinks that he will be able to get the letter. And fourth, them getting kicked outside. And fifth, it actually being Bart's idea. There's like literally 5 jokes to it in the span of like 15 seconds. Not even 15, like 12. There's like 5 jokes. However, when it comes to SpongeBob, I can think of a lot more quotes. Like, Pinky Out. You'll never get a cent out of me. Never. And speaking of Mr. Krabs, there's also the one with the Alaskan bullworm. Where I think he thinks, Mr. Krabs thinks that the Alaskan bullworm's gonna eat all of his money, and he's freaking out in the Krusty Krab. He's like, no! He's like, I'd rather that worm come in here right now and eat you all alive.
No swimming just after eating.
Yeah, the general consensus is that Season 1 is rough, but still, like, pretty enjoyable, and then Seasons 2 to 8 are super bussin'. I think the most liked ones are Seasons 5 to 7. With one of the most, at least these days, one of the most liked episodes in the show's history is the one with Frank Grimes. Apparently, when the episode came out, people didn't like it, but people like it, like, now. Howdy, ants. How are you doing today? Oh, sorry, ants. Oh, yeah. It's like, I'll take care of that worm for you, if you're willing to pay. No! Bro is not willing to pay. The problem with The Simpsons is that it was parodying culture at the time, so it had to change. But it also... Well, it created, you know, the term Flanderization literally has the name Flanders in it. We're talking about both. I was talking about how SpongeBob is more quotable than The Simpsons, and how SpongeBob has kind of surpassed Homer Simpson in terms of being not recognizable, but being more than just something that represents something else. Homer represents The Simpsons, but SpongeBob represents more than that, I feel like. And is more quotable. Alright, there's also the Krusty Krab pizza. Is the pizza for you and me? There's also Mimi Man saying evil. There's also, when he asks the radio to play that song again, and he's like, which one, man? The one that goes beep boop boop beep boop boop beep. Nah, man, you're thinking of beep boop boop bop boop boop bop. And then SpongeBob thinks he's a fucking robot.
A manager is always prepared.
There's also the one where, SpongeBob and Patrick are calling in boating school, and then Patrick thinks it's a fucking pizza place.
I'd like to wake up.
Yeah. And then the fact that he even gets Squidward involved as well. It was pretty convincing, to be fair. Red, like, at one, he had, like, red eyes. He was holding those fucking, like, tweezer things. He had batteries in his pocket.
Welcome.
Never fear, good
The only people who don't like Krabby Patties have never tasted one. Also that.
Yep. Excitement, adventure, just another day in the life of a manager.
Also, is mayonnaise an instrument? No, Patrick, mayonnaise is not an instrument.
It's a short slide from
Horseradish
manager
isn't an instrument either.
not manager. Manager coming through. This is
Oh,
the
hashing
outdoor
slinging
zone
slashes
of
also,
manager.
yeah. And it's just some fucking nerdy guy.
Manager coming through. Boing.
Yeah, I love when he smashes stuff, and then it gets to the point where it's just like he keeps saying the price of the objects, and then eventually he's like, well, actually, that one was a gift, and then they destroy it anyway. Oh, here lies Squidward's hopes and dreams. What a baby.
I'd like to wake up now.
Am I a pretty girl? You're beautiful.
The manliness has landed.
Oh my god, I forgot about Wee Woo. Wee Woo. Wee Woo. Wee Woo, Wee Woo, Wee Woo, Wee Woo. Have you seen this man? Oh, horrible. Oh, yeah. When Sandy beats the shit out of... Oh my god, that episode just has really good quotes in general. Big, meaty claws. Well, these claws aren't just for attracting mates. And then SpongeBob, you know, SpongeBob kind of getting everyone, like, excited to help Squidward by using examples of things that Squidward literally didn't do.
Jumping, jumper, jump.
That episode's really good in general, but I probably wouldn't call it my favorite because it just ends. Like, you would have thought it'd be like a 16-minute special or something, but it literally just, like, ends. There's no conclusion. You see the Squilliam just passes out. So, like, you know Squidward wins, but I'm just saying, he just, yeah. The episode ends. It's one of the few times in SpongeBob history where that happens. If it was 16 minutes, they could have done the entire song, so it could have been an extra... It could have been, you know, like, twice the length the song could have. And then you have the conclusion of, like... You know, oh my god, guys, we did it. We performed at the Super Bowl, you know? The Bubble Bowl. Yeah. I love that part in Bang Geeks where they're just like... Blah, 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 blah. Alright, people, settle down. Oh my god, do you remember that one part where they're, like, spinning the flags and they fucking fly in the air and fucking explode? Oh yeah. Bum, 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 bum. Shrimply watch audio only, Volcon. Yeah. Imitation Crabs is also really good. Ravioli, ravioli, give me the formuloli. And, you know, I feel like Season 4 is not bad, but it is significantly less quotable. Some good stuff, though. You know, this isn't Season 4, but one of my favorite post-movie quotes is SpongeBob and Squilliam going, "Who put you on the planet? Ugh." That's such a diss. I love it.
Welcome.
I really like Krusty Towers.
Never fear.
We shall never deny a guest, even the most ridiculous request. And then he fucks over Squidward, and then Squidward just like Squidward quits, and then
Adventure.
that episode is so good because he just like Mr. Krabs being an asshole, but it doesn't last for too long, and then Squidward instantly he has good chemistry with SpongeBob and Patrick because he is also enjoying the fun. I really like episodes where Squidward is joining in on the fun with SpongeBob and Patrick.
Manager is always prepared.
Because at the end of the day, the only reason why Squidward can't be like SpongeBob and Patrick is because he never lets himself go. That was a case where he purposely let himself go to piss off Mr. Krabs, and because of that, he kind of dumbs down to SpongeBob and Patrick's level, but he works super well
A manager.
in that scenario. Other episodes, like small glimpses of that, like Idiot Box, also come to mind, but like Krusty Towers is where it's like pretty like on display.
Hey.
Oh, I love that part as well, where it looks like they're stuffing Squidward's mother in the fucking trunk. It looks like they killed her and stuffed her in the trunk.
Ouch.
But it turns out it's just a bunch of fucking cookies. Because Squidward wants cookies that just like his mother made him when he was younger. I want to see more Squidward's mother. She's cool. Like, never see her, really. Yeah, people are up... A common thing right now is just saying, fuck it, entire whatever movie. One of the first ones I saw people doing that was the SpongeBob movie, but now people are also just doing it with episodes. And it is actually a decent way of watching content. It's kind of surprising. Boob.
Up we go. The manliness.
Which, by the way, it's a testament to how good the first few seasons are. Even Season 4 to an extent.
SpongeBob,
If, you know, because only at, like, of, like, the good era, again, pretty much at most, people call Season 4 good, but don't really call Season 5 very good. So, just taking from the first 4 seasons is so... Well, even just the first 3, really, like, it's so quotable. 3 seasons as opposed to The Simpsons' 8 seasons. And yet I can quote way more shit from SpongeBob. That being said, I can't really quote, like, fucking anything from, like, Season 5 onwards. Except for who put you on the planet.
Going up.
The other thing as well is that they made characters really unlikable. They made make SpongeBob and Patrick act way more like children than they used to. There is a lot more gross out. Yeah. But if we're talking super modern SpongeBob, right? Give you a little bit of you know, fandom lore. Well, not really lore. So season 9 is split by the fanbase into 2 sections because the first half was made before the second movie and the second half was made after the movie. And basically the consensus is that they call it Season 9A and Season 9B. 9A is still bad, but Season 9B is like a big improvement, like a really big improvement. And I've seen a little bit of 9B, and honestly, yeah, it kind of is a big improvement, even though it still isn't that good. It's still a pretty huge improvement. But when it comes to the super modern episodes, they have an issue that I cannot overlook. The characters are extremely expressive all the time, and I fucking hate it so much. They are so goddamn expressive. They have to pull a funny face every, like, whenever they talk, if they say, like, a 5-second sentence, they have to pull a funny face, like, at least once every single time. And the problem with doing that is that it's no longer funny because they do it constantly, so it's not fucking funny. Yeah, it's impressive that how often the characters have unique expressions, but a lot of people agree the show would be better if they put less effort into the expressions, so you could get a win-win. The show is more watchable and better, and they put in less effort. But for some reason, they just seem to think that they need to make everything really expressive. I know kids are trained off of fucking iPads, but, like, they haven't raw their brains that hard yet. You don't need to make the characters have unique expressions every fucking 2 seconds. It has the opposite problem of Family Guy. In Family Guy, you can have characters stand in a neutral position for 20 seconds in a row with no blinking or anything. SpongeBob has the exact opposite problem. And both are equally just as annoying as each other, somehow. Hello, Mythic. How is it going? I did... Well, I say nearly, in quotes, nearly got world record earlier. I got fucking destroyed in throwing through, and my knucklehead was really bad for some reason, so without those 2 things, it would have been world record by like a second or 2 seconds. And normally, I'm not just like, oh, if 2 things didn't happen, I would have got... But that was different because those 2 things were extremely rare. Like, I never really make those mistakes. Knuckle Bob, Bob, Bob. You want a knuckle sandwich? I'm glad you're a loyal Pibble Foundation viewer. I still have the image open of the girl TF2 turret.
These just ooze macho.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've seen that. One video I also see all the time is somebody holding up a cat to like a door cam thing, and it just goes meow like that. That one's also on my feed every, like, even now it's on my feed like twice a week or something. But in its peak, it was like fucking like 4 times a week or something.
This hurts me more than it hurts you, evil radio tower.
That randomly, well, I guess it's related to cats. My cat went to the vet today, but just to get a checkup.
Super spin.
I found one.
Did Mindy bother to tell us if the train was still running?
I always hear Mindy say this, but I don't know why. Just now, I found it a little more amusing than normal when she was just like, I found one, and then just they cut her off. In this game, you can't skip cutscenes until I think like a second after they happen or something, or after they start.
We're almost there, buddy.
Ugh.
Ta-da!
You have to get.
You have to get.
It's kind of hypnotic. Jumping, jumper, jumperoo! Macho stuff.
There was one clip that was kind of funny in hindsight with this game, where Mindy skip didn't work, and then I just said like, "You fucking bitch" or something like that to Mindy.
Ooh, that was loud.
So what happens if you miss Mindy skip and don't react to it? The camera will pan to Mindy, like, really quickly, and then the game crashes. So, yeah. She fucking death stares you, basically. Yeah, well, that's just, like, average speedrun experience, I feel like, Mythic. Speedrunning is, I feel like speedrunning, like, if you asked a lot of runners, like, why they decide to get so good at a game, I feel like a lot of them would just be like, I don't know. Or like, because I like the game. Which is kind of funny, because with speedrunners, what you're gonna get 99% of the time is, wow, I fucking hate this game, it sucks. But the anger comes comes from passion.
Oh, that's dumb. Ooh, that was loud. Bring him to. It's kind of hypnotic.
Ugh. Your mum. Bro upgraded the wrong move.
We're men.
Alright, good BBBH, I suppose. Now to get the 1 frames, I would hope. Nope.
A desert at the bottom of the sea.
Well, I have to try and get 1 frames, but miss them. The 1 frames are so goddamn hard in this level because, first of all, your visual cue is horrible because the bridge is so slanted, and because you're using the tub to land on the ground, not something usable like Patrick's feet. You got like this fucking circular thing that lands on the, and it keeps going down, so it's really hard to like. Yeah, that's why it's so hard. Yeah, I could definitely optimize my run a lot more in theory. I just saw Lucy posted, clearly you don't own an air fryer, and then she posted air fryer. And I gotta say, air fryers are pretty good. Well, there's no more time saves that I would want to, strats I'd want to implement that I'm not doing right now. Unless we're talking, like, super theory stuff, in which case weenie out of bounds. But it's not RTA viable. Out of, like, all the strats I don't do, the most RTA viable one is probably, like, the Neptune time save, where, like, you have him, like, shoot the statue, like, you stand in front of the statue instead of behind, and then you jump just before Neptune shoots, and if you timed it correctly, he'll shoot the statue and not you, and you can do it 4 times, and if you do it all 4 times, it saves, like, a second, but it's so AIDS. To do it 4 times. Doing it once is like okay, but doing it 4 times is super awful. And it's really awful to practice. You can't make a practice mod out of it because Neptune is hard-coded to hell and back. Fuck this game. It's not that bad to do it once, but doing it 4 times, like, nah. That's probably the most RTA viable thing I don't do. Either that or a faster version of Monster Skip I could do, actually. There are 2 more ways that I could speed up Monster Skip. One of them is called Blind Monster, but nobody does it except Jaxler. And the other one is, just faster Monster Skip, but I also don't do that one. They both increase the difficulty a lot. With the fast Monster Skip saving, like, I think it was 0.85 I timed it to be, and Blind Monster saving, like, a little over a second.
Too wet for me.
Like, probably, like, 1.3 seconds or something stupid like that.
Go forth and prosper.
This is Blind Monster, by the way, right now. This. But, as you can probably imagine, is fucking cancer. Yeah, so a faster version of Monster Skip is probably the most RTA viable thing to add now.
Friends of Bikini Bottom, the manager is here. Yep, excitement, adventure, just another day in the life of a manager.
Well, I mean,
It's a short slide.
it is entirely possible that I'm just misunderstanding it in some way, but there's no tutorial for us, so I don't know.
This is a job for a manager. These just ooze macho.
Oh, there's also a strat I could add, where you bowl the targets in Now That We're Men, Bungie. And if done perfectly, it saves 1.5. But the issue with it is that in no pause storage, you need to just waste a bowl again, or else you'll crash in Sunday. So you can do it, but even if it all goes perfectly and then you waste your bowl effectively, then the trick is only saving like 0.3, 0.4, and for the time save, the trick is absolutely not worth it. It's quite hard. But you can do it in like nearly any category that isn't fucking no pause storage. Not really, Ants. There's a task for SCDA Sponge Bowl and a task for no cheese, and that's it.
I'm always set.
Well, that's good, Darkside. Yeah. You might have thrown it away. Either way, if he doesn't care, then that's what all that matters, really. Four hours of sleep a day for a week, crash of 2 energy drinks, and being far too hot. Yeah, that's fair.
SpongeBob.
It do be hot. Do you always work on, like, one day, like, not do you work once a week, but do you work on one specific day of the week every single time?
Are you sure you know how to drive?
Okay.
A new path.
Saturday, right?
Going up.
Yeah. Oh, I see. Well, I mean, you must have made a bag at least, so there's that. That might not have worked. Very iffy on if that worked.
up. There's the edge of town.
With the
Plankton is.
Yeah. That's fair. You saying give him an appointment made me think of something. I would imagine there will come a day where I have to do jury duty, and I really don't want to do it.
Nothing like a little man type stuff.
Like, if you're lucky, it'll just be like a quick case, and you don't have to be there for. You only have to be there for like a few hours. But I believe if it's like a very ongoing case that's complicated, then I'm pretty sure you gotta keep coming back until the case is solved.
That's better. Oh, that's a headache waiting to happen.
Movie pace. What's movie pace?
Upsy daisy. Ow! Youch! Victory!
I mean, yeah, I mean, if you have to do that thing anyway, then, you know. The movie's an hour 15 without credits. If I was on 1:15 pace, I'd be pretty sad right now. There's no run where the world record is like 1:15 or even close to it, really. The closest categories to 1:15 are all extras, which is a 1:11, and NMG, which is like it's a 1:20, but it can obviously be a 1:19 because it's a low 1:20. So that would be also 4 minutes off. And if we want to include the movie's credits and stuff, then it's an hour 27, I believe. And nothing is close to an hour 27. Dude. The only thing that would be close would be NMG All Extras, but it wouldn't be even, like, that close. It'd be, like... The world record could be, like, 1:30.
Super spin!
I found one.
There was a loud-ass plane outside.
Well, that was different.
It is getting louder. I'm getting bombed.
We're almost there, buddy. Oh boy.
Fun fact, in Creature, there's a voice line they literally just took from the movie.
You have to get.
I think they took the one that's like,
God, big stink.
come on, Sponge Fool, why don't you just give up? There's no one left to help you, no one left at all. I think they used that one.
Don't laugh at me. Jumping, jumper, jumperoo.
I have a feeling that Plankton wasn't... You know when Plankton is like fucking giant and you're SpongeBob in the plane? I don't think Plankton was like... Dee-natch, dee-natch, dee-natch. I don't think that happens. I played the game. Now if I was in charge of the game, I would have made him say these nuts.
Wooden presents. Ouch.
This BBBH is mid. Better get the rubber that 1 frames, bro.
Macho stuff.
We have had some meme categories over the years, but none of them are still around.
Make the little umbrellas that go in drinks.
Okay, one that never got ran but was really funny back in the day was 5 tokens and tie your shoes %. No. You know what's really sad about, like, some sort of Dennis RTA run? The run would literally be no pull storage, except you don't grab any extra tokens in SCDA. Which I already don't other than 3 meter. So it would just be no pull storage, but without 3 meter.
A rolling sponge gathers no barnacles.
We did actually used to have a Dennis 2 RTA, but I don't know why. We called it Hasselhoff RTA. But, like, again, I don't know why we had that. Alright, this run is terrible, but I'm just gonna keep going. Okay. I suppose I can do that, Brev. I'm glad that people still want to change the split names even after there's no more, there's no more, there's no more original split names to change. They've all been changed, all the sub-splits and everything. But people still want to redeem name change, which I think is cool. I should specify, in case it's not obvious, if you redeem change split name, it only affects the splits you're currently looking at. As in, if I switch categories, these names will not carry over. But that does also mean in, like, every other category, there's at least some splits that you could rename. And we get to see a bunch of really old ones that people renamed back in, like, 2021 or whatever, you know? It's cool. I do hope to switch categories soon. This category's fucking killing me. He has nuts, trust me. Sources do trust me. Game icon is per category. It doesn't stick around. That's too much power for 5,000 points. Also, this trick was working earlier. Now it's not. Wow, the trick works when the timer's off. That's crazy, bro. No one's ever seen that before, bro. Also, yeah, I'll change the split name in a minute. I want to see if I can if I can get quick. If I can get dirt bounce. Dude, I always, like, go too far to the left. But then if you go, like, 1 millimeter to the right, then you bonk. So it's like, what do you do? The idea is to nitro, and then you get enough of a bounce to land out of bounds without using the bulldozer, but it's like, it's hyper-precise, so it's not being done ever. As you can see, I can't even get it once. That was close, but... Nah. I have an idea, actually. What if you did the trick like that? Like, you just nitro, and then you... Well, that's... Oh, yeah, you still have speed preservation. Yeah, so you can just do it like that. Because then you're not wasting a nitro. And you can make it over, like, every time as long as you land on the dirt pile in the right angle. The only thing is that I don't know if it actually saved time. But maybe? This is a toughie. I'm not sure. Also, you'd more realistically be approaching it like this. How would you do this? Like this? Dude, that could... That... Maybe. Maybe that... I mean, it seems more consistent. I seem to just be getting this more, and you have more control. The only issue is I don't know if it's actually, like, if this actually would break even or not. I might lose time. Because when you do it like this, you do lose, like, some of the speed. But, you don't have, like, a really slow, like, jump up to the bulldozer. Whereas with this, you have a slow, and you need to still readjust. I'm not sure, dude. I'm not sure. I need to look into that after stream, I think. How's it going, Red? No, I did not. Is this a funny title? If that's why you're asking. I might try this in runs, just to experiment. Because that is really interesting. Seems to make it more consistent, but my worry is that it might make it slower.
Always time for a profitable new venture.
I changed the no cheese name.
Welcome.
Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here. These just ooze macho. It's a short slide.
Honestly, no cheese is pretty okay. It's very short, and it has, like, 1, 2, 3, yeah, it has 4 tricks. But luckily, well, truck skip is actually horrible, but the rest of them are really easy.
This is a job for
Yeah, I like it.
manager.
It, like, these, of these 4 tricks, 2 of them are, like, some of the first tricks that you learn. So... It teaches you about, like, you know, prioritizing, like, what thing, you know. It's just, like, yeah. And they both teach you about dynamic jumping. Yeah, there's truck skip, slide skip, canyon skip, no cheese, 1 frame. Yeah, the AIDS part of no cheese is, truck skip, but it's the literal first trick of the run. If it wasn't, I wouldn't do it. Well, if it wasn't in no cheese, I wouldn't do it. That's probably a lie. If it was past sandwich driving, I absolutely wouldn't do it. I think the music's kind of good. I like that it kind of punches you. It's like, and then it calms down a bit, and then it goes, like that.
Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here.
It's not like S tier or anything, but I think it sounds like good enough. Like probably like low B tier or something. No thank you. Those fucking Guitar Hero controllers aren't even good in their own fucking game, so wouldn't want one for movie.
This is a job for a manager.
You know what Clone Hero players do? You want to know what wanna know what Clone Hero players do, right? they like carve like I don't remember exactly what they do actually, but they physically modify the controllers to make them better. And like I think they like carve shit or like kind of tune it in like a I don't really know exactly what they do, but I know they do some really fucked up stuff that most games would not allow.
I'd like to wake up now. No swimming just after eating.
Yeah, at that point, why even use the goddamn controller, bro? That's what I'm saying. Howdy, Red Mouse. Hope you doing well. Yeah. Those controllers are very unreliable, basically. Fucking crazy, too, because, like, in just, like, the average game, like, the craziest it gets is literally just using a controller adapter and just using a different official controller. Well, sometimes in SM64's case, I guess, like, using, like, a Hori controller or, like, a steel stick, but that's, you know.
Welcome.
Yeah, I've just been living.
Revere, good citizens
Same
of
to you.
Bikini Bottom. The manager is here. Yep. Excitement, adventure.
Yeah, I was talking about the Guitar Hero controllers.
It's a short slide.
I don't really care for the GameCube controller, although the stick is really good. Fucking love the GameCube stick.
A manager.
Don't like anything else about it.
A manager is always prepared.
Okay, no worries.
Next to managerliness.
Thank you for the good luck. You shall regret it, though, because I will get one flat this run.
Hey.
I'd like
Yeah, I don't think that happened last time, but maybe this time. I did get that fucking insane Rubber-Dub gold.
jumping, jumperoo!
I did already finish a 101 earlier. So maybe... And Mindy Skip has been working, actually, a lot recently. Oh god, it was like a fucking... It was like a 104.12 or something. I only got world record by like a little over a minute. From my experience, when you add, like, really big, really difficult strats, it just makes you play bad for the entire run for a while. Like, you just... It's like doing things earlier just fucks with your brain, and, like, it just makes you play worse. Welcome back, Wilcon. That's good.
SpongeBob.
Bro was using McDonald's Wi-Fi a few hours ago. I remember, like, I tried to get McDonald's Wi-Fi, but they basically wanted... I had to, like, put my info in, like, some thing. and they wanted to know, like, basically everything about me. So then, halfway through the steps, I kind of bailed out of it, and then for some reason it still gave me the free Wi-Fi, so that's cool. That was with a different phone, though. Now I'm, cringe iPhone user. I'm still really debating if I should do the sandwich driving thing I kind of realized earlier. For people who weren't there, I think I found a much more consistent method of... Well, maybe not much more consistent, but I feel like I found a more consistent method of sandwich out of bounds, but I swear it loses time. Yeah, I'm probably not gonna go for it. I absolutely need to experiment with that after stream, though. Need to time it. Just need good attempts with both, and then I can time it.
So much destruction.
Okay, well now I kind of wish I went for it. Dude, I like just grinded it as well. God, I fucking hate this trick. There are some, I kind of forgot one of them, but another one, it would be fast, but it's not because we need the checkpoints. It's a little bit behind where I spawn in this practice mod. Hold on. I'll show you in a second. So this truck, like, it starts moving down this way. You can nitro on it, land on this grass, and reverse and go out of bounds. And it would save a lot, but again, we need the checkpoint. So, unfortunately, it does not save time. This is what I was talking about, by the way, making it more consistent. If you nitro, like, here... You don't need nearly as much speed control for making it across here, but... The problem is that it's still... It kind of throws you, to this invisible wall, like, a lot. This invisible wall here. It seems to throw you there a lot. So you still need a little bit of speed control. Just nowhere near as much as before, but I can't tell if it loses time or not. But I'm leaning more towards yes. Maybe if you nitroed, like... here? Nah, probably not. It's probably too late. And also that sort of thing can still happen. That can also happen, but, I mean, you know. Yeah, again, you just, like, go against the invisible wall, like, so often that I just... feel like it's not worth it, even if it does break even. Because then it's effectively making you lose time most of the time. Although if I could get that to happen more often, that'd be pretty good, because that saves time. How do I get that to happen, actually? I can't really figure it out. I don't know, I guess I'll just do whatever sandwich out of bounds thing I feel like doing.
Welcome.
Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is...
Also, as for, out of bounds and sandwich, we have theorized maybe a theoretical out of bounds that we could do. It'd save a lot. But we don't think it'd be anywhere close to possible to get enough height. But if you could, like, bounce off a rock and land on another rock,
Welcome.
there's a huge rock, and its invisible wall, the invisible wall is about as tall as the rock. Like, tiny bit shorter than it. So, if you can get up that rock, you can skip, like, a huge, turn. It saved, like, 15, like, yeah, like, at least, like, 15 seconds, if you could, like, make it over. But I don't think it's possible. Because you get, like, no bounce as far as I can tell off the rocks.
Manager. Cleanliness is next to managerliness. Upsy daisy. Cleanliness is next to managerliness. This is a job for a manager.
Hey.
I'd like to wake up now. Ouch!
Fuck. Me when mine a mistake. I don't think that worked. If there was one thing I hate more than sandwich driving, it is Depression Creek 2 frame. I think it's because you just get, like, such a horrible camera angle. I feel like that's why I just, like, never get it.
Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here. Yep, excitement, adventure, just another day.
Because that loses over a second.
Never fear, good citizens of Bikini
And
Bottom.
even that is not free. It's just a lot easier, but it's still, like...
Yep, excitement,
It's easy,
adventure,
but it's not, like...
another
It's not
day in the
free.
life of a manager.
There'd still be times where I miss it. I'll make your mum show me her tits. Sorry, that was mean.
Welcome.
like a boss.
Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here. Yep, excitement, adventure. Just another day in the life of a manager. It's a short slide from manager to, well, not manager. This is a job for a manager. Nothing like a little man type stuff. This is a job for a manager. This is a job for a manager.
Hey.
I'd like to wake up now.
Also, as to why I hate losing a second in depression, I usually lose a bunch of time here anyway, like, nearly every, like, small mistake in this level costs, like, 2 seconds, and, you know, 2 seconds plus 1 second, like, that's like a 211 to a 212 depression, that's really it. At that point, I would only be comfortable buffering the token if I don't allow myself to make any other mistakes, so the rest of the level needs to be flawless. And at that point, I'm just making it probably harder on myself overall. For, you know, less theoretical... Oh my god, see, stuff like that is what I'm like, that just lost me 2 seconds. What I can tell you is that Summoning Salt has not hit anyone up in the DMs about a movie world record progression video. What to even do with this game would be difficult. I mean, what the approach that I wanted to take would be a road to 59 thing. Because otherwise, what happens... It immediately jumps from NMG to no pulse sword, which is fine. But then it jumps to any percent, and any percent is not interesting enough to carry the rest of the video, especially when there's only been a few world records set in it, and it doesn't even do the fastest possible route, or anything. So, like, it's a really good run, but you just do the same thing, like, 6 or 7 times in a row. So, I don't think it carries enough. I think it deserves a mention, definitely. But instead, I think a road to 59 approach should be taken. And you could say, well, Purple, 59 is not possible. And yeah, it's not. But if speedrunning's taught me anything, is that nothing's impossible if you wait long enough. So give it a few years and it probably will be doable. And then after that, it might get achieved. And then, yeah, video time. With being so close, yet admittedly so far away from 59, I don't think that... I just don't think right now is a good time to, like, make the video. It's frustratingly close to 59, despite not being, like, actually possible. That is true. If you have any of the, like, SM64 giants, like, just play some other random-ass game, then people be like, that speed game must be really hard, bruv. Cheese runs movie for a month, and he gets, like, a 108 or something, and it's just like, world record progression movie? He's not making a fucking movie video. If he is, I'm certainly not aware of it. Okay, I'm never doing that again. I didn't realize how terrible of a camera angle you had for doing that. Yeah, it's not viable. Well, that sucks.
Welcome.
Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here. Yep, excitement, adventure. Just another day in the life of a manager.
Yeah. He also gets a lot of help from a lot of people, so he would have definitely come to me by now. Unless I'm lying right now, but considering I just said if it doesn't feel right to make one until 59, then yeah, I feel like at that point it's pretty clear that it's not in the works.
This is a job for a manager. A manager is always prepared.
Although you can't just make a world record progression on only this category, that being said, it needs to also be NMG, because the thing is, right, when this category existed, I was already the world record holder. Like, literally my first finished run was world record. Like, you can't just ignore that, you know? No, I'd be like, send that to Glad Jonas. Don't worry, I wouldn't say that. Glad Jonas fed it off.
That's my favorite lineup.
Nah, honestly, most likely I'd be too excited, too anxious, too nervous, too at a loss for words. It depends a lot on, like, what the circumstances are.
Bring him to me.
If by that point 59 is really easy and I just can't PB for some reason, but then I finally do, I might not have such a loss for words reaction to it. If it becomes just straight up, like, super easy because a massive time save gets found, to the point of even having, like, 50 be possible or something, you know, that would also, you know, that would also be disappointing. Hello, Careful, but also fuck you, Careful, because I got a 101.45 earlier, and if throwing through a knucklehead win AIDS, then it would have been world record by a second. Let me guess your pull now. Man throws his life savings into a wishing well and wonders why he has no money left.
Going up. Look out! Look out!
shoe on head. What? Why did I have so much speed? Okay, not only was the setup okay. So here's what's happened, right? Let me just give you a rundown on what has been happening for the past like 20 minutes, right? I was on a streak of failing sandwich out of bounds, right? So I grinded the trick and I was getting it most of the time. Then I go back to runs and I keep missing it again. So I grind it again and now I keep missing it. In fact, what happened just then? With, like, just getting, like, a ridiculous amount of speed did not happen in practice. I just feel like I wasted my time practicing because I could have spent that time doing more runs if that was going to happen regardless, you know? Or perhaps I bled all these successful attempts on practice, if that makes sense. You know? Dude, my desk is so dusty. Yeah, it is. Well, it's called the paddy wagon, but it's also referred to as a sandwich. Only mods can use the never command.
Welcome.
But also, it didn't never happen. That was just a thing that didn't happen in practice.
Bikini Bottom, the
Never happen is the things that legitimately have never happened, or at least, like, I can't remember them happening.
Yep. Excitement, adventure, just another day in the life of a manager.
I think things that have only happened to me also since, like, 2016, 2017 should probably also be allowed. Because that was so long ago that it's practically never happened.
Well, not manager. Boing.
I completely forgot about that command.
Manager coming through.
Twitch doesn't like you using that word.
Even in the corners.
Fun fact.
A manager is always prepared.
Prime bottle. I don't drive a prime bottle.
Cleanliness is next to managerliness.
There's no fucking way a shrimp fried this rice, dude. I think you're lying. I think I might need to ban you from a chat forever. There's just no way.
Hey.
Okay, I kind of forgot about that one, too. I feel like I have a lot of outdated commands, I feel like.
I'd like to wake up now. Gooch!
Okay, that one's gotta go. That must have been when the category, like, was brand new.
Gooch! Can go now.
I won't be playing no SPA, I'll be playing fucking any percent. Yeah, well, the objective, Mill, is for you to get banned from my chat as fast as possible, bro.
SpongeBob,
Damn. The objective in early powers is to collect all the prime bottles. Like a boss.
So much destruction. A new path. Going up.
I don't remember what we were testing, but yes, soon TM. I need to get rid of that. Why is that command there? What was the point of possible? What's the point, bro? Literally, what is the point, bruv? No, it's not. No, it's not. What was the point of practicing this? It literally never works anyway. Okay. How do I have too many channels, bro? What channel is not? What channel should be removed? Tell me. Okay. You could argue that that should go to some sort of archive channel. Yeah, okay, I can agree with that. Any more? Don't think so, Mel. More like gay.
Welcome.
Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here.
No, that's not true.
Yep. Excitement, adventure. Just another day in the life of a manager.
So you're saying if I click on the bullying channel and I go, dude, I really hate Microsoft because they did XYZ recently. How is that the same as Epic Chat messages? If I don't post any messages, I just say what they've done recently. How does that belong in Epic Chat messages?
This is a job for a manager. Manager coming through.
Okay, bro just ignored my point. Personal best is so people have a place to post their PBs, you know. A lot of people from my server are gonna speedrun.
Hey.
The fuck do you mean, what's that supposed to mean? I said... if there's a fucking PB channel, people might want to post the PBs in there. I am in the speedrunning community. If you're in my server, you probably speedrun. You might want to, you know, it gives you an incentive to click on the server and post something in a channel, and then maybe even check out the rest of the channels. All right.
Welcome.
Now, I did just get the idea to rename Personal Best to just speedrunning, so you can talk about speed games of other games and also post your PBs. However, I feel like that's not a good idea. I would probably just rather people talk about, if there's some battle time save or something, I'd probably rather people post that in general. The channel I'm most likely to click on, channels I'm most likely to click on are like Epic Chat messages in general, so...
Welcome.
Hello, Melting. I've been having a good day.
Never fear,
Um...
good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here.
Kiffle, I already... well, other than Cosmic Shake, I was able to defend myself on the other ones you said, so...
Just another day
Yeah, I should put away the Cosmic Shake channel, but all the other ones are good. Banime? You gotta have an anime channel, bro. Rules, news, pretty obvious why those live. Yeah, pretty obvious why those are the 2023 goals, so you know what I'm actually trying to go for. You see what the objectives are. Content for where I upload my videos, it's good to separate it from news because I might just I don't want these big videos with thumbnails to block just the whole fucking screen.
A short slide from manager to, well, not manager. Manager.
And sub-goal to-do list is because I have a lot to owe. So it isn't just so I can keep track of it, so people in general can keep track of it too.
Manager coming through.
General, you can't complain about that. Cosmic Shake, we already went over that. Pronoun roles, I feel like that's pretty necessary too. Bullying, already went over that. Epic chat messages, already went over that. Epic clips. Why not have a channel to post clips in? You know, how many servers don't have something like that? Like, from live stream community servers. Stream for other people to post their thing in. Yeah, but Discord only just got it. And they fucked it up, because of course they did.
Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here. These just ooze
It has 18, there's an 18 character limit, and you can type whatever you want. So what do you think most people are going to use it for?
boing. It's a short slide from manager to, well, not manager. A manager is always
Also,
there.
it's,
I love opening presents.
it's a thing that's, like, basically only just existed, so even if you wanted to say, like, I should get rid of it, I should wait a few months anyway.
Job for
Or at least a few weeks. Self-promo.stream.
Hey.
People were, like, clogging it too much. We're clogging stream. By posting their streams in self-promo, they were clogging it too much, so that's why they're separate. Again, just another incentive for people to click on the server. Unrelated, that's obvious. Personal best, already went over that. Dream discussion. You could make an argument for that. We'll get to that later. Art. No, you can't make an argument for that. Music. No. Switch, you could make an argument for that. As for memes, in the memes category, there's just memes and food, TBH. I think it's nice to have a food channel. You could argue that memes shouldn't have to be in a separate category, but... either way, obviously a memes channel should exist. So the only ones you could really argue then, Honk, the only ones you can really argue then that shouldn't be here are, like... maybe self-promo
good citizens of Bikini Bottom.
and stream. Like, you could merge them in theory, but I already gave an argument for that. You could rebrand Personal Best, but it should still exist in some capacity. And Cosmic Shake should probably be removed. Oh, and as for the Dream Discussion channel, it's just a nice little thing.
Welcome.
It's probably my least justified channel other than Cosmic Shake, but I like it.
Good citizens of
If I remove any that aren't Cosmic Shake, I'd probably remove the Dream Discussion, but I don't even want to.
Yep. Excitement, adventure.
If anything, I have deleted channels in the past.
Of a manager.
I used to have a channel specific to fish and chips, and no one ever posted in it. I used to have a VC text chat, and that never got used, so I got rid of it.
Well, not manager. This is a job for a manager. Is the room spinning or is it just me? Cleanliness is next to managerliness.
Anyway, careful. Hopefully you understand better why I run my community the way I do.
Hey.
I'd like to wake up now. Ouch!
I think careful bailed on me, because I owned him too hard.
Jumping, jumper,
Are you fucking for real? Hello, Venom. Thank you for redeeming Brexit. It already happened. Well, that's what I'm fucking trying to do too.
Up we go.
You know, when you speedrun for 6 hours, it's just inevitable that there's just gonna be moments in it where you just don't play as good. There's no point in untangling my headphones. They retangle in like 24 hours. There's literally no point. I don't even do anything, they just tangle. So I don't try anymore. I guarantee you if I got them untangled tonight and I stream tomorrow... Oh, no, I'm not streaming tomorrow, so I wouldn't be able to prove my point. What days am I taking off? Well, the 20th. What else am I taking off? Probably like the 25th or something.
Going up.
Like a mouse. Anyway, point being, there's no point in doing it. Because it'll just retangle. Dude, this has happened like 4 fucking times in a row. It doesn't work. I practice it, it works, and then I go back to runs, and then it doesn't work, and then I practice it, and then it works again. Fucking losing my mind. See, look, now it's working because the timer's off, so now it has to work. What the fuck was that fucking bullshit? That was not. That was just objectively unfair. You can't even count that because that was just objectively unfair. So that wasn't even an attempt because that was just not fair. That was the actual attempt. So yeah, first try. Just as soon as the time was off. Hello, iPie. This game is the furthest thing from that, but anyway, how you doing on this fine movie Monday? Shut the fuck up. Did I keep pressing L? No, you can't do anything like that. This is the trick that I'd have to do in 100% if I want to save like 13 seconds. I have to do this and sandwich out of bounds, and like this trick is extremely terrible. I mean, look at it, I can't even get it. There we go, Jesus Christ. That would kill so many runs. I really don't want to do it. I'd like basically have to move SD-101 to earlier in the run to justify that shit. Lambhoot should remake his movie review. It'll just be like,
why does Neptune have two laser attacks that go in different directions? I can't do that, it's too hard. The game is so hard.
Welcome.
it's like really fucking obvious with some things that he's like so biased that he just automatically dislikes good aspects of the game. The only thing he said about the music was that the music was bad, and then just literally didn't really say anything else about that. Just said music bad. When like every fucking person ever likes like at least half the tracks. Like it is so obvious that he's just fucking blinded by it. Rage that's not even like half justified. And like that's not the only thing either. Also calls No Cheese a terrible tutorial level, and then literally just doesn't add to that at all. Just says it's bad, just like the music. Why is it bad? What is bad about it? I literally don't know what is bad about it. Tell me. If you're gonna say that, you need to actually like say why, or else it's just a nothing point.
It's a short slide from manager to, well, not manager. Boing.
One point that one thing I really didn't like is that he was making a point of how much sliding and driving backtracking you have to do, and he said either 7 or 8. And my issue with that, in my opinion, if you're going to be a thorough reviewer, you need to know the exact number. And I feel like the reason why he didn't double check is because he wanted to emphasize how little he cares about the game, to the point where it's just, it doesn't even matter, the number is so high, I don't care about this game, so it doesn't matter. But like, if you're gonna make a video this long, I would imagine I would want you to get all the details right, but you don't.
Cleanliness is next to managerliness. I'm feeling like more of a man already. Is the room spinning, or is it just me?
Which, if I count up the amount No Cheese is 1, and then Depression would make it 6, 3K make it 12, BBBH would make it 18, oh, and then 1 Sandwich Driving and then 1 Rubber Dub would make it 20. Weenie would be 21, Frogfish 22, Rockslide 23. Now the Women 29, SCDA 35. Dennis 36, Sunday 37, Gesk 38, Dennis 249, 39. So you have to do one sliding and driving backtracking to have enough to get into plank. So that's 40, then you have 46 after plank, and then 1, 2, 3, 4 to get to 50. So it wasn't even 7 or 8, it's literally 5. It's not even 7 or 8, it's 5. It wasn't even 7 or 8, it was 5. And yeah, some of those tokens you're not gonna do, let's be real, but like, I'm just saying. He said the number of forced backtracking, sliding, driving tokens was either 7 or 8, it's 5. So it's not 7, let alone 8. So he didn't get the number right. Even of the 2 guesses, he got it wrong. And it was less. Also, like, Weenie Time Challenge is, like, very different from regular Weenie. So should that even really count? And sort of the same thing with Sunday and Gesk as well. So, like, even though it's technically backtracking, like, it's not really, like... It's not really as fillery in the sense that the gameplay is different. But that never gets acknowledged. But the actual thing that I fucking hate about the review, like the actual thing, is that he said that the ring challenges always show you the fastest path. They basically never show you the fastest path.
Welcome.
How is it even possible to get that point wrong? Like, genuinely, if you have recordings of the ring challenge, like, genuinely, how is it possible to get that wrong? I'm asking as a legitimate question. I can't comprehend how you could get that wrong.
It's a short slide from manager to, well, not manager. Cleanliness is next to managerliness.
He did do a follow-up video, but I didn't watch it.
Cleanliness is next to managerliness. This is a job for...
Oh, another terrible point is that he says that the SCDA Sponge Bowl is, and I think 3K Sponge Bowl are bad Sponge Bowls because of the 3, 2, 1 countdown, you can't make the cycle. So, and you just have to sit there doing nothing, and that it is just a game design flaw. And I agree with that. But then, the one thing I do know about his follow-up video is that he said, even speedrunners can't make it in time. And it's like, why would it matter if speedrunners can? If like 99% of people can't, then why would it matter that the 1% can? Like, literally, why would it matter? If a casual is never going to make it, then why does it matter if a speedrunner could barely make it? And as a matter of fact, because of Hazel's task, we know that you actually can make the cycle. So the point doesn't. So if the point is that not even speedrunners can make it, that's technically not even true. So I can just say fuck you. That point doesn't mean shit. Yeah, when I played Revenge of the Flying Dutchman, it wasn't like the most obvious thing in the world that it wanted, like, but it did say like game total or something like that. Like it said like something that would at least like decently imply. And also, why wouldn't you just talk to the guy again? When I didn't know what to do in a video game as a kid, I would just talk to the guy again. The cycle should line up for the record, but yeah, no, like the speedrunners thing was like so nothing. It's like what is bro waffling about?
Manager coming through. Manager coming through. Up to daisy.
That is very much a Dorito.
I'd like to wake up now.
You know what I saw yesterday? My parents were having salad, and they were eating it with Doritos for some reason. They were literally having Doritos in the salad. Oh, I just thought of something kind of icky. You guys know, like, baked beans? You know, like, the orange ones, the ones the British people like? Just want to make sure that we're on the same track. My parents, like, put vinegar in their beans. And I feel like that is not a very common thing, to say the least.
Jumping, jumper, jumperoo!
And then when I asked him about it, my mom called me a weirdo for suggesting that vinegar in beans is bizarre. Hello, Stack and Ningen. How you doing today? Yeah, I mean, there's probably more gross things than that, like, I don't know, burger dipped in milk or something? I don't know.
SpongeBob.
Oh, I didn't realize that was a 211 depression. Cartwheel as the paddy wagon. Did you get enough sleep last night? I had a dream about, Breaking Bad. So, you know, very, very, very similar things, Breaking Bad and Sonic Lost World. Did you really remember any details about your dream? Dude, this is actually some sick joke at this point. It just works in practice and just hasn't worked in runs for the past, like, hour. There's actually something, like, wrong with my game. I'm in the middle of streaming, careful. Dude, I'm not, there's no point hitting the practice file. It's just gonna fucking work, and then I'm just gonna get more annoyed. I might stop stream, like, maybe, like, 20 minutes early or something, by the way. I'm just thinking about it, because, I need to do something after stream. So I'm just thinking about it. I'm wondering when to post that it's my birthday. Like, because it's tomorrow, but, like, when it hits 12 o'clock, I'll be awake, so do I type it in news at 12 o'clock? Do I ping for it? Or do I wait until the next day, because then for other people, it is my birthday?
Welcome.
Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here. adventure. Just another day in the life of a manager. Yellow sponge coming through.
Among Us.
Welcome.
Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager.
That's strange. You could... I do normally say that dreams don't mean anything.
Just another day in the life of a manager.
However, apparently there are some dreams that do actually, like, have, like, a connection.
Up to date.
For example, I often dream about school, and apparently that means that I feel like I have unfinished business when it comes to education.
Always
Feels like
prepared.
I'm not fully satisfied with how my education went or whatever, and I want to go back. I don't actually want to go back, but...
Manager coming through.
I feel like I get those dreams because I got robbed out of good grades.
A manager is always prepared.
Apparently some people dream about, like, being in a room with, like loads of... I can't remember the content. It's something to do with, like, being... sleeping next to, like, 20 people or something. Like, inside, like, some claustrophobic room. Apparently that means something, too. I swear there's something like that before.
I'd like to
You're rather suspicious, iPie. Telling me that your hack is gonna come out in a few weeks ago. You're suspicious?
go. Can't swim.
Which, by the way, my dream last night, even though I did dream of Breaking Bad, it was primarily and firstly a school dream. I did go to the beach, so I wasn't really in school, but there was students from school, so... That's also what I sometimes mean by school dream. I can't remember the last time I had a dream and, like, just no one from school showed up. I seriously... It's bound to have... That is bound to have happened a few times, but I just can't remember. It might not, like, I might have never had a dream this year where, like, somebody from school doesn't show up at some point. Anybody who has time to type meow and colon 3 is not busy. Have you seen that one where it's like, where am a puppy? And then it's like, dude, shut the fuck up.
SpongeBob.
This is what I was talking about, by the way.
A new path.
Where am a puppy? Dude, shut the fuck up. My planet is within the confines of my subconsciousness. When you think about it, you might be the main character, and you just don't know it. I might be the main character. If I'm the main character, where's my fucking world record, bro? Dude, shut the fuck up. I just imagine it's really serious. It's like, dude, shut the fuck up. Like that. Hello, Allie, if that's the way to say your name. How's it going? Alright, cool. I got it right. I'm usually not good with the names.
It's going up. There's the edge of town.
Hello, Arkham. How was your movie Monday?
Plankton is... You have...
That's Mindy. I'm playing on NTSC Xbox. Very movie. That means very good. Nice.
Vacuuming up manliness, even in the corners. Green Bikini Bottom, one hapless soul at a time. Upsy daisy.
Batman. That's cool. I have some Batman games on the Epic Games launcher. However, they're on the Epic Games launcher, so you know, kind of an issue with that. Using the Epic Games launcher is like getting your Wii U out of the closet. Like, why would you do it? Other than Fortnite, of course. I don't have a problem playing Fortnite on the Epic Games launcher. Dude, playing anything else on this sucks for some reason. It just feels wrong, I guess.
Boing. Ow. Youch.
I claim free games. I never play anything on them. Sometimes when a game is cheap on Steam, I have to like double check to make sure I have it on Epic Games. If I don't have it on Epic Games, because like I've claimed so many games I don't remember any of them except for like I have like one of the Civ games, and I have like a few Lego games. I have a few Batman games. I have like a couple Borderlands games, but I already had those on Steam anyway. Also, with the Wii U, like, all the good games got put on Switch except for, like, Wind Waker HD. And probably, like, one or two other ones I'm probably forgetting. What that did, though, is make some Wii U games really cheap. You can literally find, like, Super Mario 3D World for, like, £8 or something, and it's, like... That, for how good the game is, that's really a good price. It's better on Switch, but still, like, it's good, damn good price. Tomb Raider. Yeah. Isn't Skyward Sword HD on Switch? I don't know the Zelda games very well.
I found one
Yeah. I think they were charging 60 bones for that one.
Did Mindy bother to tell us if the train is
Ah,
still running around?
dude. Okay. Sandwich driving never works, and then I practice it, and it's still not working in runs. I practice it again, still not working. Then it finally works, and then I miss this for the first time today. Nah, we have no methods. The problem with Hans Disable is that the game goes out of its way to enable it every single load. We think we have a method that probably would disable Hans, but because it checks at every load, it doesn't work. Because our method of doing it requires a load in the first place. Well, when you go live, you can post your stream. I have a server, like in my server, there's a channel where you can post your stream. You might be able to get people to click on it. Yeah, Hans Disable would only be useful in Rock Slide, though, and I don't even think it'd be fast in this category. Even if the setup was 0 seconds, I don't think it'd be fast enough. So, it would be really good for other categories, but for this one, I don't even think it'd do anything. So it's not that big a deal. There's other ones that are really depressing that we don't have. We have VMS, but we can't do anything useful with it, for example.
Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here. Yep, excitement, adventure. Just another day in the life of a manager. It's a short slide from manager to, well, not manager. A manager is always prepared. Simple but satisfying. This is a job for a manager. A manager is always prepared.
If you have any other questions, by the way, you're free to ask. I like answering questions.
Hey.
I'd like to wake up now.
Dude, I've like hardly drank today. One thing I've noticed is I drink a lot less these past like couple months. But I don't know if I'm drinking like too little or not. Before I was definitely drinking more than I needed to, but now I'm not sure. I used to hear people say like oh, I always forget to drink water, and I was like, dude, how can you forget? I can't not forget. I always remember to drink, like, to an annoying degree, but now, actually, recently, I've been forgetting. That's fucking, yeah. I don't even know what to say to that. That's, like, so fucking weird. I guess he thought that there were, like, basically no rules on the website. Yeah, hello, Mira. Hope you're having a good day. No, I used to, but I don't, anymore. This was my first SpongeBob speed game, but I very quickly after learned Battle. And if anything, at one point I did have more time in Battle than movie, but that's not the case anymore, and hasn't been the case for a long time. However, well... that.
SpongeBob.
I think Twitch streamers were watching shows on TV, fucking on Twitch. Yeah, no worries. And one of them, I think, was like Kitchen Nightmares or just something Gordon Ramsay related. And then Gordon was like, "Fuck off, breath." That's basically what happened. Dude, there were people watching like anime on stream and stuff as well. It was mostly the fucking big streamers. They were doing it while they could, before they got into any trouble. You know what some of them are doing? I think XQC actually did this. He was telling chat like what videos to click on and when to stop, when to press play, so that they could watch it at the same time as each other, even though he wasn't allowed to put it on stream because he played the audio. Like, isn't that the fucking? And then it got to the point where I'm pretty sure he wasn't even allowed to use audio anymore. That's really bad when you think about it. How like lazy can you be? I feel like that name should be familiar to me, but it's not. Also, I'm glad you feel like you can relax now. Avatar. That's probably the most justified female streamer ban that's ever happened on the website. Like, as in, like, Twitch girls do way worse than that and still get banned. But because copyright is, like, undoubtedly breaking the rules no matter how you think of it, like, they have to actually do something for once. I didn't even make it over to the other side, I don't care anymore. Okay, have fun, Arkham. Yeah. But do you remember on Kick when What's-His-Face was literally just streaming the Super Bowl? I don't think anything happened with that.
Welcome.
Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom. The manager is here. Yep.
They could have been sued like millions and millions.
Another day in the life of a manager.
It's like, well, I was about to compare it to, you know when KSI and Logan Paul were boxing and then people were like streaming it on Twitch. Like, I was about to compare it to that, but obviously like streaming the Super Bowl is way worse.
The manager is always prepared. Simple but satisfying.
I think I realized just now, only just now, why Twitch hates Pyro. Right? I just remembered when he was covering that news, and he pointed out in one of his videos that Twitch staff were watching restreams of the fight and not taking down a lot of channels. Like, you could literally see him like in the viewer list. Which, ever since then, coincidentally, ever since... Well, not immediately after, but shortly after. So pretty much ever since. Twitch staff have been buffed so that they don't appear in the chat list anymore. In the viewer list. So now they can watch bannable content whenever they want, and I'll ban it. It's funny as well. There was a guy in some SM64 streamers chat, and he was apparently ex-Twitch employee, and all he was doing in that person's chat was just fucking shit-talking the website and how terrible it is and shit. Which, like, if they actually did work, though, that's really funny that the first thing they do is just talk shit. I remember, they basically said, I mean, everybody knows this anyway, but that person in the chat basically said, like, when it comes to, like, big streamers, the reason why a lot of them don't get banned is because, like, when they get enough reports, and there's a lot of reports you need to make, then, Twitch staff has the option to look at it, but when it comes to the female streamers, a lot of them just don't look at the content, apparently. Hello, Pig. I see. Yeah. Either way, it's all about that 7 TV life now. What was the, what were they talking about, do you know? Yeah.
SpongeBob.
of town?
Oh, boy!
With the
Plankton.
Oh my god.
Boing.
Nothing can stop me now! Hey, SpongeBob, what did you get him? There's no one left to help you. No one left at all.
Oh, that's a headache waiting to happen. Oops, forgot my floaties. Filling, but not heavy. Super Sponge, saving the day! Ow! Youch!
How did that... Dude.
Boing!
I want an OX in this category. I want, a 119 and no major glitches. I want a 223 and 100%, but that'd be really hard. And then I want a 216 and all tokens. And yeah, that's basically it.
Just roll with it, I say.
If Weenie Out of Bounds ever becomes, like, actually RTA viable and, like, good, then I'd want to, get a 3x, 13 3x in Frogfish. And I want Early Powers world record. I don't really care what time it is, as long as it's just, like, a good world record. How the fuck did that not work? Dude. I was practically inside of the token. Like, seriously, how the fuck did that not work?
Anyone knows what...
Whatever, I'm just gonna go to fucking Rubadub and go for a gold. That's so bullshit, though. Welcome back, this run's dev. I'm gonna try and get a Rubadub gold. Also, hello Kira. I hate male breasts. How you doing today?
I found one.
Nah. Nice, what are you gonna do in Canada, bro? You gonna buy a bag of milk? $4.50. Oh wait, no. The Canadian dollar is terrible. What is that in real, actual money?
Welcome.
£2.67. That's pretty normal.
Never fear, good citizens of
That sounds based. Yeah, if there's a retro store near me, definitely always go to it. The one I go to in England, I got an N64 disc drive game for like £50, fucking complete as well. On eBay, like that game goes complete like for like £100 or something probably, I think.
This is a job for a manager. Kabam! Cleanliness is next to managerliness. Cleanliness is next to managerliness.
Hey.
I'd like to wake up now. Ouch!
Oh, you gotta buy something. Well, you don't have to, but like, you know, why not? Why don't you buy something, bro? You poor. Sometimes you get some good-ass deals. You know what I would buy if it was like cheap enough? The Nintendo 64 disc drive sells for like, at least in the UK, like imported, so it costs for like £1,200 to £1,300. If I saw one in the shop for like 800 and it was in like really good condition, I'd probably buy it. That shit is just automatic moneymaker. But yeah, from the one I normally go to, I've bought a lot of stuff, like a GameCube controller that was practically brand new, the Nintendo 64 disc drive game. I've bought also a Crystal Xbox controller that was also really good condition, and it only cost like £18, I think. I've bought a modded GBA from there. I bought Pokemon Ruby there before with the battery replaced for like £35 when it was going for like 50 on eBay. The label was just a teeny bit, you know, off, but it was worth it, I think. I also bought Battle from there. I got GameCube Battle.
SpongeBob.
Yeah. Think about it. If you got an N64 disc drive for like multiple hundreds of dollars cheaper than it's supposed to be, that's just like that just will guaranteed make you money. Hell, you might if you want to, you could even buy two and then keep one of them, because if you wait long enough, one will pay the other off. Well, this game uses the same engine and reuses a lot of assets. Also, when it comes to flipping, I like never really flip anything because I just like the idea of owning something like expensive or rare. But if I had 2 of something, I'd flip for sure. I just keep the the nicer condition one. Oh, that retro shop I was also talking about. They have an IQ, you know, the Chinese N64 console, and they have a Virtual Boy. I've been thinking about buying them, but I did ask about the Virtual Boy before, and he said that it doesn't work, which really sucks. Yeah, IQs go for like $500 or something incredible like that. Back in the day, they actually used that for OOT speedrunning because it's an official version of the game, so we have to use it, bruv.
I'm not feeling like a game of catch right now.
I might buy the IQ, I don't know.
Not giving up manliness, even in the corners.
Oh, he also has like all the fantastic N64s. Oh god, they look so good. He also had like a bunch of Ocean Bomb drinks. I bought some of those. A lot of gaming magazines from like the late 90s or early 2000s. He has a Japanese like GameCube keyboard thing that's in like really good condition.
Filling, but not heavy.
Victory Screech. What I will say though is I've never seen anything movie related to this, so it's bad.
These just ooze macho.
Oh, you know what they had it before? It was called like the Atari Lynx or something like that. I think it was like a handheld, it was like some handheld, version of some other console. I saw her there, and then we went back like a month later and it was gone, so some fucker took it. Never seen it before. The guy's nice as well. He's given me a couple of cheaper things for free before. I have like a lump on the back of my neck. Against my actual PB, I'm behind by like a couple seconds. Yeah. My PB's beginning was insane. I got like 106 no cheese, 208 depression, 242 sandwich driving. This is probably the last run I'd be like willing to finish, by the way. That isn't a world record. When I get very late into the stream, I only continue runs I can world record, realistically, so... Let's see how this run goes.
I found one last.
Yeah, this is what you call a gamer move. It barely worked because I barely built up speed. I shouldn't have played as risky as I did.
You have to get.
Little guy, big stink.
Good for you, bro, but I hate peanuts. And I hate peanuts while we're at it.
Coming through.
Oh my god, hello Stash.
And Joel, and Joel, and Joel, and Joel, and Joel. How you doing today? Oh wait, that's way more Joel's. My chat wasn't scrolling properly. Alright, let me reword that. Bro. Hello Stash and Joel 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 and Joel. 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 And finally, Joel. I did not say John. Anyway, how y'all doing today? Apparently a group of fish is called a school. I'm doing eh. But yeah, thank you for asking. I did finally get a shiny last night. 1 in 3 chance for it to not be Groudon or Kyogre. Guess what it wasn't? So now I'm still going. Additionally, I did finish one run today, and it was a 101, but that's all I've been able to accomplish today. Which really sucks, because, like, I was pumping out 101s, like, a lot, and then I played, like, shit for 3 streams. And even now, the past 2 streams haven't been too bad, but I'd still only finished 1 101. That's what the past 2 streams have been, really. Yeah, absolutely nothing done except for a 101, like, relatively early into the stream, and then, like, that's all I would do, like, the whole stream. And that was after 3 bad streams, you know? You could try restarting your PC or something. That's what I do when I have OBS issues. That's a really hard question to answer, Stash, because if we're assuming that no time saves ever get found again, then I think, like, an absolute peak run in this category, if I did implement, like, just a couple tiny things, and this is a really big stretch, but maybe weenie out of bounds, then, like, a 1 flat 4x would be, like, peak. So we need to find 40-something seconds of time save, basically. Oh yeah, updating your drivers is a good idea, too. I forget to do that sometimes. I used to think that updating your drivers wasn't really a big deal, but it really can be. I watched a video where somebody used the graphics card without updating his drivers ever, so it was just, like, stock. And one where it was on the latest version, and, like, they were getting, like, massive performance increases in games. You don't really think about it, but... Yeah, well, the hardest thing to me, Mira, personally, is, putting up with the game eventually when you get good at it. That's such a mental challenge. There are so many goddamn times where after the stream I'm just like, dude, how did I get through that? Because I'm just like getting fucked the whole time. Think about it, right? Again, what have I accomplished the past 5 streams? A 102, a 102, a 102, a 101, a 101. So about 5 hours, a little over 5 hours of content with like, it's like actually notable. Out of, you know, by the time this stream is done. That's like 30, yeah, it's like 30 to 31 hours of stream time. Yeah, it's like 31 hours. So that's like 1/6 of like a stream. Like per stream is like anything notable, which basically just means a finished run. Yeah. Hopefully it worked. Oh, but yeah, I will say, like, yeah, when you don't know where to go afterwards, I mean, your only solution then is to quit, right? I can see an end in sight for this game as long as things don't get found. Which at this point, I think by the time I'd get a 1 flat, I think, like, something more would be found, but I, you know... Well, a human will never get sub 1 with the current knowledge and strats. It'll never happen. I am physically incapable of playing that close to some of best. And the only way it could ever theoretically happen would be if I had like literally infinite time, like billions of years and more. But for as long as I live, with the current knowledge and strats, I will never get 59. It will literally never happen under these circumstances. Battle stash.
That's my favorite line ever.
Yeah, but what else am I gonna play? Also, I ran the game a really long time ago, so... I want to see what times I could actually get in the game now that it's completely different. I'd practically be running a completely different game. And I want to see what I can do. If I grinded along, really genuinely gave it my all, I don't see why I wouldn't be able to get, like, a top 5 time after, like, a couple months. Assuming it isn't as hard to, like, get consistent at all the tricks. So I think it could be. Because I think I could learn, like, a lot of strats in that game. I think the issue would be getting them all consistent and chaining them all. Although, because any percent's only 40-something minutes long, you don't, like, need to be consistent at the game, but it still helps a lot. God damn it. I said, yeah, but, what else am I gonna play? And also, it's been so long that the game is, like, completely different, and I want to see what time I can get. I don't really even have an any percent time.
The gates are locked.
Also, Battle never dies, so I can just play it for as long as I want until movie has more time saves. Hello, Sky. Hope you're having a good, awesome movie Monday. Well, I would say you're never gonna see Weenie Out of Bounds, but, like, the one time I could see it ever being done, really. Like, let's say you're on world record pace into BBBH and Frogfish, and then, you just, like, lose a couple seconds to the slide jumps. It's, like, you'd have to play really good at this point. It's not really viable, so you might as well just go for Weenie Out of Bounds. Like, I could see it being in a world record then. I definitely could, but other than that, no, I don't think it's ever happening. Like a boss. Unless, of course, you want to help find a much more consistent Weenie Out of Bounds setup. Not just for getting out of bounds in the first place, but also for getting out of bounds, you know, and landing in about the same spot every time, and getting a consistent boat bounce and landing on that area around the same sort of place every single time. If you want to do that to raise the trick's consistency, so that it goes from like 5% to, like, you know, a bare minimum of like 1 in 3, that would be appreciated. Because until it's at least 1 in 3 consistency, I will not even consider it. Well, there you go. There's no Weenie Out of Bounds then, is there? I still think that there is probably a faster, maybe even more consistent method that people haven't found yet. I do think there's something. But I don't know why. I already looked at IP, already looked at Invisible Walls. I don't know. But I still feel like there's something. Maybe some unknown tech to get the paddy wagon to, like, just kind of jump up really high in the air and fucking grab the key. Maybe some other way to get a really high bounce, from where that one, you know, that key is they get, like, while going out of bounds. The game window. How about I try holding my nuts? Kind of like that, Sky, yeah, like just some way to shoot, to rocket us up. The thing is, though, is that there's, like, nothing next to the ramp where, like, we could actually, like, use it for something like that, I feel like. You know what happened earlier in practice that was really weird? I went from Depression to 3K, and I held start during the whole thing. I was on hard drive. And, obviously, Patrick loaded in on the first frame, because, you know... But it wasn't Black Trick, it was actually just normal-ass Patrick. Is that, like, a known thing? It was just normal Patrick, and he was in midair a little bit. He was like a few units off the ground. And then I tried to replicate it and I couldn't. He just kept spawning in a SpongeBob. I couldn't do shit, bro. Purple kind of bussin'. Bussy. The only thing bussin' is, Patrick. I mean, look at that. Well, yeah, I figured that Patrick wasn't always, like, black when you press style on the right foot, but again, he was not black, and then I wasn't able to replicate it a single time, and in fact, every other time, it kept spawning in a SpongeBob. And Patrick spawned a few units off the ground as well, which I was really, like, I didn't understand that. Can't you be like, Windows record the last, like, 30 seconds or whatever, and it does it for you? Man. I reckon it might have something to do. Okay, actually, did he say that glitchy effect? Okay, so he was just Patrick, right? So he was just Patrick, like everything's fine and dandy in the world. And then he just touches the bungee hook and it literally just worked.
How is that for you? Sayonara. How we do things in Bikini Bottom.
He must have done something. Either that or it's like gamma ray shit again. Do you know about Bass Day? I can't remember if I told you about Bass Day.
So many choices, so little time.
Yeah. Shit's fucking weird. I think he was playing on 360, so I think that might have honestly just been a 360 bug. Just one of those, like, 1 in a millions, you know? That would probably take an eternity to answer. But generally, like, making the levels, like, a lot bigger, you know, have more tokens in them, and, you know. I mean, I don't really, there isn't really one thing I can say per level. I think the game just has, I think every level just has, like, the same couple problems. I mean, it'd be cool if No Cheese had, like, a second token, I guess. But then I would just repeat that for Depression. I wish I had 6 tokens and not 5. DCB, you would hear the sound. And also, like, I'm pretty sure he said that he loaded in and his speed was just like that, so...
Come out, wherever you are.
However, in theory, we should be able to DCB, right? Because the game prevents you from pressing ball and guitar on the same frame, but would it stop you from guitaring while ball is pushing you? I don't think so, right? So I think you should be able to theoretically do a DCB. It's never been done, at least. Yeah, but you wouldn't be in a bowling state because you already let go of ball. Right? Howdy, emulating. Thank you for the good look. Alright, thank you for stopping by, and I'll see you around.
I'm not feeling like being a pet right now.
Oh wait, you don't. Oh wait, no, I forgot something. With the DCB, you have to still do the cruise boost inputs, don't you? You can't just like press L.
Hey, this is great. You really gotta try it.
I stream 5 days a week, but the days I take off are random. I'm not streaming tomorrow. But yeah, I stream at like 4, and then until generally like 10 or 10:15 or something. For reference, it's 9:48 right now for me, so you can, like, calculate if you need to. Also, Saturdays are usually for sub goals if I owe any, but I haven't done any for the past few weeks. I will do a sub goal this week, but I don't know if it's gonna be Friday or Saturday or Sunday. So you're a little bit ahead of me. Interesting. Oh, reboot physics. So, in that... Doesn't that technically make practicing the trick a little inefficient in the sense that, like, reboot physics can just kind of help you anyway? Reboot physics is bizarre. I don't think movie really benefits from it that much. Because our lag clips are good anyway, so I don't really think we benefit. Egypt, I see. Yeah, so I guess I'd start streaming at like 7 for you then, usually. I hardly ever don't stream at that sort of time.
Plankton is used.
Yeah, I've seen that one, Morcon. Seemed interesting to me. Yeah, Sky. Yeah, I'll see you around, thank you for stopping by. Yeah, Sky, like, I mean, the thing is, though, is, yeah, exactly, it's just, like, and anyway, there are other forms of pre-run setup that people will technically, for example, if somebody wanted to, they could start themselves on, like, the correct damage animation every single time before doing hammer skip if they wanted to, like, increase the consistency. You can't really stop anyone from doing that, you know what I mean? So it's just best to pretend it doesn't exist. I haven't been missing this trick recently, which is good, but I feel like I keep ledge grabbing here a lot. I feel like I need to practice that more. I've just been, every practice session, I've just been getting the ledge grab and just being like, that's good enough. But no, I really am ledge grabbing it like every time now. I really gotta like sort that out. Howdy, cheeks. I hope you're having a good day. Also, thank you for the good fuck. I appreciate it. Oh, I didn't even think about that. I didn't think about, like, Sandy death animation. You could, but that's kind of a pain in the ass. I mean, how many runs even get to get that far in the first place? I don't think it's worth it for how little it saves. But I don't know. 1.5 kind of is a lot, but... Then again, I do reset the Mindy stare and that loses 2 seconds, so...
Can you work, please?
I agree. It's kind of funny. In this game, you kind of benefit from the lack of pre-run setup, because usually some sort of pre-run setup will accidentally set you up to miss ice physics glitch, or you accidentally have ball storage active and you'll crash and rubber dub or something like that. The only pre-run setup they really benefit from is burning the no cheese loop, but I honestly don't even do it anymore. Most of my first attempts after the reset after the reboot, don't make it past no cheese anyways, just, you know. And even then, I'm only losing like 0.3 or 0.2, I can't be fucking bothered anymore. I probably could, but you don't really benefit from cacti glitch, really. Also, I don't know, Wilcon. I don't know. I wanted to get offline early today. You know, I normally get off at like 10:15 or something. I wanted to get off at like 10. And it's nearly 10. And this run can't world record unless I just play the best I've ever played in my life. So I don't know. Oh, well, yeah, there is that Sky, although I don't really think you'd really benefit from that. Well, I mean, I guess then you'd say, no, that shouldn't be allowed, because that's pre-run setup in a way where, like, you couldn't have died, beforehand in cacti, because there's no cacti and no cheese, so... Yeah, pre-run setup, like a boss. Also, yes, careful, I'm capable of getting a run, bro. That's a hard question to answer, because I don't know, like, the very, very technical things about the game, like, when it comes, like, a lot of modders know a lot about the game that I don't know a lot about, but what about information that actually matters? In this context, the speedrunning information, I'd probably be the most knowledgeable, I would imagine. But if it's just the game in general, then I don't know, it's probably one of the modders. Okay, so I get a run, and he still says BRB nap time. Alright, bro. Hmm. Let's do a couple more runs.
Welcome.
Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom.
The manager is here.
Yep, excitement, adventure, just another day.
Dude, I also, like, kinda low-key need a shirt. Careful, I was plus 24 off the best, my PB's, like, absolutely god tier, so that doesn't actually mean anything.
Welcome.
What actually mattered was how far behind I was on the,
Never fear, good citizens of Bikini Bottom.
on the pace splits.
Yep, excitement, adventure, just another day in the life of a manager. It's a short slide from manager to...
I can finish it, I don't want to, though, but I still want to get to 6 hours.
Manager coming through.
Whenever I say I can't finish another run, it means I don't want to finish another run. Because it's a massive inconvenience. I technically have all the time in the world. I could do attempts to the next day, and the day after that, and the day after that. If I really wanted to. Actually, no, I can't tomorrow because my birthday ain't going out, but... If I wanted to, I could do attempts until, like... 12:30 tomorrow.
Hey.
PM, obviously. And I'm gonna go to a restaurant. I'm gonna eat some fish and chips. I'm gonna drink some Pepsi Max. I'm gonna have a sundae as a dessert, or maybe a brownie, maybe. And then there's gonna be a birthday cake. Why did my dentist appointment have to be fucking 7 days after my birthday when I need to eat a lot of sugar? Because it would just be fucking stupid to go out to a restaurant and not eat a lot of sugar. And the cake. I can't just not eat a fucking cake. I basically have to eat the fucking cake. Yeah, it's my birthday in, like, pretty much exactly 2 hours plus, like, a minute. One of my bit notification, bit alerts is that, but replaced with purple, so it's just like, purple, it's your birthday today. Cake and ice cream are on its way, and purple. You've been such a good boy this year. I think it's, fuck. It's either 1,000 bits or 2,000 bits. I don't remember, though. Could also be 1,500, but I'm pretty sure it's not 1,500.
Welcome.
And then I don't think I have any between 2,000 and 5,000. My 5,000 one is, what's my 5,000 one? I think it's, UK... Was this like, oh yeah, it's like... Average day in the life of a true Brexit geezer.
This is a job for a manager.
Thank you for the happy birthday. No, it's not a SpongeBob restaurant. We happen to have a coupon for it anyway, so we get £10 off. It is a little expensive there, but the food is really good for the price, I feel like. And when you factor the £10 off as well, then it's not even like, you know, then it goes back down to sort of like average-ish.
We're the rats. We pray at night, we stalk at night. We're the rats.
It must be 2,000.
I'm the giant rat that makes all of the rules.
Let's see what kind of trouble we can get ourselves into.
I haven't heard that in a while. I really like that.
I would
Bro.
like to know what you got in the multi-cooker.
And you can find out.
What did you get in the multi-cooker?
Fucking nutleg! Who stole chicken burger and chips?
Is it nice?
No, it's fucking stinking!
It's very nice, I have to say.
Always prepare.
Okay, Sky, thank you very, very, very much for the, 1,500 bits. It's greatly appreciated. I can't even say that's the equivalent of 3 subs, because Twitch is a bitch, so it's actually the equivalent of, like, 6 subs. So it's for me, in terms of profit. So thank you very, very much for that. Fuck you.
I'd like to wake up now.
I will buy 1 month of YouTube Premium.
I'm not gonna do that. The money just sits in my PayPal until I want to do something with it. Oh, the big goal. I still don't know if okay, I don't know if I want a charger, though, because I don't know if I'm getting a new phone this year. So then it'd be kind of pointless to get a 2-meter lightning cable. If I'm just gonna get a new phone in September, I don't know. I only just remembered this because I haven't heard this in a really long time. There was a bit with Liquid where everybody would call him Henry, and I think that just randomly stopped, but that was a thing for years. And another thing was saying happy birthday to him when it wasn't his birthday. So, like, every goddamn stream was just people just saying happy birthday, Henry. It's literally not even his name, and it's not his fucking birthday. And even when it was his birthday, they would all still say Happy Birthday, Henry. Like, he couldn't get away from it. To be fair, he kind of does look like a Henry. Alright, this is gonna be like the last run, because by the time this run can only die from SD out of bounds onwards, and at that point, I'm 5 hours, 59 minutes, and 43 seconds into the stream. As a matter of fact, now we're at 50, 51, 52, 53... 57, 58, 59, 6 hours, bro. 6 fucking hours. How many hours? Oh god, no, I'm purposely gonna do super risky strats so I don't get world record, bro. I wanna go offline. Even just going offline like 10 minutes early, I just wanna like, I have something I wanna do. Dude, neighbor's dog won't shut the fuck up, Jesus Christ. Happy birthday, Greg. Do I look like a fucking Greg to you? Do I look like the shocked Gregs? Yeah, your mother makes barking noises for me while wearing chains. And, have you seen that girl that gets paid, like, 6 figures to act like a dog in public? Have you seen her? She has an OnlyFans as well. You know what the frustrating part is, right? She is so bad. She's so bad. It's painful. No. I instinctively reset. However, this is the, well, you need to be a really hot woman. Anyway. You need to type in, like, human acts like dog in public or something, you'll probably find it. She is so fucking hot. I'm gonna go offline now. In 2 hours, it'll be my birthday. I might post about it in my server, I'm not sure. I'll be 22 years old. I'm practically 95% of the way to my fucking death. Don't worry, though. My fingers will probably not be able to keep up with movie when I'm, like, 35 or something, so I got another, like, 13 years of movie left. Anyway, dude, that's crazy. Imagine if I ran movie for even from now until I can't anymore. I would be running it for so long that when I stop, somebody could have just been birthed right now, and they'd be a teenager by the time I stop. And keep in mind, I've been playing movie on and off since 2016. So 7 years rounded up because, you know, it was like August, but still. So if somebody was born on the day I started running movie, they're nearly 7. They're nearly 7. That is. They could technically be running movie right now, and I would have no idea. I mean, what 7-year-old's gonna speedrun? But still, in theory, they can run movie. Anyway, I'm gonna go offline, and I'm gonna think a lot about the human woman dog. That was a joke, or was it? Alright. Thank you. Appreciate you all. I will not be live tomorrow. I'll be doing Rehydrated this week, though. Honk, and goodbye.
Get in touch with your